Yes, thanks.
As a court, please, my lord, we confirm appearances on behalf of the state.
Yebo.
As it is the court, my lord, I'm still appearing on behalf of Mr. SB and Mr. Mngube.
Yebo. If it may please the court, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi. Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Appearances as before for number 5.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Mnumzane Ntanzi ungakhothisa ngaphansi kwesifungo.
Yeah, ngasebenza.
Sawubona baba.
Yebo.
Yesterday, we pointed out what we regard as fundamental flaw in your version regarding the assaults. We pointed out to you that your initial version was that the assaults occurred on the 19th of June 2020. However, that after the automated vehicle location AVL were obtained on the 3rd of November 2023, your version was aligned therewith to say that the assault took place on the 18th of June 2020.
2020.
18 June 2020.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, izolo ke siye sazama ukuthi sikhombise ke esizathi siye sakubona ngemalana nofakazi bakho lobu obuhambisana ke nokushaya lokwakho ke uye wachaza la enkantolo wathi ke uye wabeka izandla ke noma washaya ke ngoJune ngale nkathi sibheka ke ufakazi le AVL ke utholakala ukuthi bekuyi 3 zika November 2023 kodwa kahle kahle ke wena uye wachaza wathi kwenzakala nge18 zika June ngo2020.
Amalanga amangaka la khuma ngamshoshisa. Obafika ngichazela amalanga amangaka. Mina ngikhuluma ngamalanga ayi3.
How many days are you referring to? Because when I gave my explanation, I gave the explanation of the 3 days.
Yes. We're not talking about your explanation, we're talking about the version that was put by Mr. Mngomezulu to Sergeant Mokhane.
Sikhuluma ke ngalo nkulumo ke yabekwa umnumzane Mngomezulu. Asikhulumi ke ngencazelo yakho le wayinikeza inkantolo, sikhuluma ke ngale ncazelo yabekwa umnumzane Mngomezulu la enkantolo njengobufakazi bakho.
Ngethemba Nkosi enkantolo baba uMngomezulu wakhulumela nge18 nange garage.
18 nobani?
18 ngendaba yase garage.
Okay. My lord, I do believe that Mr. Mngomezulu did mention about the incident of the 18th at the garage.
Ngoba wazwambuza futhi umkhane la umkhane ephika ukuthi waye egarage wazwavuma sebuye isibili sebuzwa ngumshushisi.
And he even further asked Mokhane, who denied going to the garage. However, when he was asked for the second time, he confirmed.
Yes. We wish to point out another problematic version of yours, as was put to Sergeant Mokhane. Your version, Baba Ntanzi, is that from Moroka Police Station, you proceeded to First Lawrence Court, is that correct? On the 19th of June 2020.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, khona futhi okunye futhi ke okuyinkinga nje ngofakazi bakho lobu ke obabekwa la enkantolo. Nguke ngofakazi bakho ngalenkathi ke kubekela ke umnumzane Mokhane ke kwathiwa ke mansuka ke eMoroka police station naya eForce Lawrence usuku ke beku 19 zika June ngo2020 kunjani?
Mangisuka eMoroka ngile Force Lawrence ngangazi ukuthi kiwe Force Lawrence neForce Lawrence ngangayazi ngayibona sengifika khona.
Yes, from Moroka police station we proceeded to Force Lawrence. I did not know at that time Force Lawrence and a police station, and I did not know Force Lawrence as a whole itself.
You recall that your matter was not enrolled, whereupon just after lunchtime, you then made your way back to Moroka Police Station, is that correct?
Usakhumbula ke ukuthi eqaleni ke icala lakho belingekho ke emaqaleni labo wakhona enkantolo ngalosuku lolo kodwa ke emva kokudla kwasemini niyena buyela futhi khona lapha eMoroka Police Station. Usakhumbula lokho?
Cha, asiqalanga ePolice Station. Sisuka nje eFosola saya ePolice Station. Siqale eFosola saya esibhedlela eBhalakwana.
No, we from Vosloorus we then proceeded to the hospital at Baragwanath.
Yes, then to Orlando where you say you were assaulted, then to Moroka Police Station.
Emva kaloko nase niya eOrlando lapho wathi khona washaya khona emva kaloko naye futhi la eMoroka Police Station. Kunjani?
Yebo.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. You see, there's a version that was put by Mr. Ngumezulu suggesting that you were assaulted on your way from the Vosloorus court on the 19th of June 2020 near Ring Road in Alberton.
Khona ke inkulumo ke ebekwa umnumzana uMngomezulu ke owathi uMngomezulu ke wena ke washaywa ke ngale nkathi ke nisendleleni on their way to Vosloorus.
No, on their way from the
Okay.
from Vosloorus.
Endleleni nibuya eVosloorus.
And we'll give you detail just now.
Uthi umsheshisi ke uzokunika ke inkulumo ephelele ngalokho. Wena uthini kuloko uMngomezulu?
Kosenkantolo akaze ngishawe mina lokhuzeni endleleni imoto ihamba.
My lord, I was never assaulted on the way whilst the car was still in motion.
Angazi mayethu umshushisi ngashawa endleleni imoto ihamba. Khona umuntu oshawa endleleni emgwaqeni.
I don't understand what the prosecutor is putting before the court when he said I was assaulted when the car was
Mina
on
lapha court-
motion. How can somebody be assaulted when the car is on motion on the road?
Mina lapha ecourt engikhuluma amahlandla amaningi la ngokushawa kwami. Ngathi zi18, zi19, zi24.
I had mentioned about my assault on many occasions before the court and I gave the dates of the 18th, the 19th and the 24th.
Ukuthi uMngomezulu umhane ubemsesha kanjani ngendlela amsesha ngayo. Mina ngizile lapha ecourt ngazokhuluma into eyayenzeka kimi ngekho ngoba mina angikhulumi ngento engiyizwa, ngikhuluma ngento eyayenzeka kimi.
How Mngomezulu will pose or try to get information from Mohane, I'm talking about what happened to me. That is what I'm explaining before the court today.
Izolo ngize ngayivezela ecourt ngathi umhane ubephika izinto lapha phambi kwecourt ade garage akazangaye mina ngimtshela egarage isile.
Yesterday, my lord, I did mention before the court that Mohane had denied some of the things that he did or some of the things that happened, especially the part whereby he denied that he went to the garage.
Waphinde waphika ukuthi wabona uJonathan nge18. Makufika uJonathan la uyavuma ukuthi hayi mina uqala ukungibona nge18 no sayitsheni mhane egarage.
And also he denied that he saw Jonathan on the 18th, but when he saw Jonathan, that's when now he admitted that he saw him on that particular day, the 18th, at the garage.
Baba Ntanzi, the proposition was not that you were assaulted in the vehicle on the way from Vosloorus court. The proposition was that the vehicle stopped near Ring Road. You were taken out of the motor vehicle next to steel pipes and tanks where you were tortured, electrocuted with a device at around 15:22 on the 19th of June 2020.
Mnumzane Ntanzi ke uthi umshishisi akubekaya ubengasho ukuthi ke wena washaywa imoto ihamba akushayo ukuthi ke imoto le iyamiswa laphana ku Ring Road yamiswa lapho wakhishwa khona emotweni wena wayeswa khona lapho kube kunama pipe khona ke namatangi khona lapho ke wafike washaywa khona phinde futhi ke wachokwa khona lapho isikhathi beku 15:22 ngazo ke i19.
Ingakho nje phambi kwecourt.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Maqala kancane.
This was even before you reached Baragwanath and the ATMs at Soweto where you say you were assaulted.
Lokhu ke kwenza ke ngaphambi ukuthi ke nifike lapha eBaragwanath nalapha kuma ATM eSoweto la wena wathi ke washaywa khona.
Ingakho nje nayizo bengicela ngathi udukisa icourt. Ngendlela owenza ngayo la phambi kwecourt. Udukisa lenkulumo eqoshwayo lapha ecourt. Uthatha inkulumo yange18 uyenza inkulumo yange19.
That is why I had mentioned before the court that you are misleading the court. You are actually taking the happenings of the 18th and making them the happenings of the 19th.
ilanga lamapipe namatanka ilanga lange 18 lapha eSoweto Rock kwangenatanka indawo yayigrethiwe bese bangama ATM ngaphakathi neground engangilibona.
Macam, the issue, the happenings of the steel pipes and the tanks is the things that happened on the 18th. Ngicela uphinde lokho unga 19.
Akwange 19 indawo yayiguguliwe le ngathi indawo nje kulahla indwa kwakungathi indawo egrethiwe kuze ngibona ama ATM ngibone negate ama ATM angaphakathi neground.
And the 19th is a graded place, my lord, and that's where I saw the ATMs, the gate, and also the ground.
Manje yangimangazi mse uthatha ikuma nge18 uyenze nge19.
So now I'm surprised when you make the happenings of the 18th to be the ones for the 19th.
No, sir, I'm putting to you what your legal representative put to Sergeant Mukhani.
Mnumzane cha mina ngikwenzayo nje ukuthi ngikubekele ke lokho kwashiwo ummeli wakho ekusho ke ku Sergeant Mokhale ngalenkathi uMokhale naye ethula ufakazi bakhe la enkantolo.
Because enkantolo ubaba uMgomezulu wayesesha umhana ngendlela emsesha ngayo.
My lord, Mr. Mgomezulu was searching or trying to get information from Mr. Mokhale the way, in his own way.
Mina ngikhona la ngikhona phambi kwecourt ngiyakutshela into ayenzeka kimi.
But today I am here before the court and explaining to you the things that happened to me.
But your version is that on your way from First Lawrence Court, you did not stop next to Ring Road where you were taken out of the motor vehicle next to steel pipes, steel tanks where you were tortured, electrocuted with a device. You say that incident happened on the 18th, not on the 19th, on your way from First Lawrence Court.
Isehlakalo lesi ke sokuthi ke imoto iyama laphana kwi Ring Road phambi kwama tank lawayana lapho washaya khona waphinde futhi washokwa khona uthi wena uthe isehlakalo esenzeka nge18
ilanga la nge18 lase garage kusuka garage siphuma pho siyalapha sasiya khona lapha ngangithoshala khona lapha ngaze ngabona khona ama tank ngiwabokela ekudeni ngoba le ndawo indawo yama dustbin le indawo kanti ichithwa ama dustbin.
It's the happenings of the 18th, my lord, where it happened close to the garage, and from where I was I could see the tanks. It's a place where they normally throw dustbins.
Yes, sir. We're going to take you through that version which we have referred to that was put by Mr. Mgomezulu to Sergeant Mukhani. This we see during the proceedings of 15 November 2023, page 62, from the 4th line. I'll just read it and give it to you to be interpreted. Mr. Mgomezulu, all right. You were no longer escorted. At some stage, you parked near Ring Road without any escort. This now on the way from the First Lawrence Court, Sergeant Mukhani. As I've explained previously that we had stopped by the mall and we bought water and chips. Line 9, Mr. Mgomezulu. Yes, that is the reason why I wanted to remind you about that, because you even said you bought water and Simba chips for accused number 2. So what I want to put across to you, and I will emphasize it, there was water involved. Then Sergeant Mukhani. We also bought for ourselves, my lord. We did not only buy for him. Then Mr. Mgomezulu, yes. The reason why I'm asking that is because the version of accused 2 also deals with water that was poured on his body from the front part of his body. That is the reason why I introduced water in his evidence. Then line 21, Sergeant Mukhani. When he informs you, did he inform you on who poured water on him? Then Mr. Mgomezulu, at line 23. This accused person played open cards before this honorable court. he told the court that you never participated in his assault, so therefore you cannot, he cannot include you with the act of pouring him with water. This proceeds on page 63. Then Sergeant Mukhani, I'm still listening. Then line 3, Mr. Mgomezulu. And it is my instruction from accused 2 that on the same route you were driving, after you have off-rammed from Heidelberg, and he says, sorry, my lord, from N3, on that road, there's a dumping area on the right-hand side when you are facing Alberton. And Sergeant Mukhani says, I'm listening. Then Mr. Mgomezulu, at 1442, this is now referring to the AVL, it indicates access idle, Ring Road, or near Ring Road. Sergeant Mukhani, that is correct. Then Mr. Mgomezulu to 1522, and the car was on access idle. Do you see that? Then Sergeant Mukhani says that is correct. Then Mr. Mgomezulu. Then in between those times, it is a period of 40 minutes. Do you see that? Then Sergeant Mukhani says, as you are stating. Then the following portion is important. It's line 18, Mr. Mgomezulu. That is the instruction of accused 2 that that was the time when he was taking out of the motor vehicle next to those steel pipes, steel tanks, where he was tortured with that electrocuted with a device. That was that time. Sergeant Mukhani, if I recall very well, Mr. Mgomezulu, you had alleged that we took him to the steel pipe in Soweto, Orlando, before we took him to the officer Rapadu, and Officer Gininda came, and now are you saying we took him to the steel pipe in Alberton? I'll just proceed to line 10, where Mr. Mgomezulu says, my version initially, and it will stand as first time accused was next to a dumping area. It was on a route, on a route towards Alberton. That is the first time, next to 2 tanks, silver tanks. The second time was when he was at Orlando, next to a dumping area. There were ATMs that were no longer in use. Do you understand now? That is a version that was put to Sergeant Mukhani. What is your comment?
Can I have the copy?
Oh, sorry.
Umshushisi ke uyabeka ke ufakazi lobu ke obungobakho obulethwa umnzana Mgomezulu ebekela yena umnzana eMukhale ke mhla ka 15 November uyasho ukuthi ke page 62 futhi uqala ke ku line number 4 uthi ke Mgomezulu ke okay ngiyezwa ke uthi ngale nkhathi leso ke bengikho abantu bebahamba nani esikhothile futhi kuba khona inkandla lapho ke imoto ke iyapaka lapha ku Ring Road kungekho abantu abasikhothile na uyaphendule ke uMukhale uthi ke njengoba ke ngiye ngachaza ngaphambili siye sama lapha ku mall sasithenga ke amanzi futhi nama chips uthi ke Mgomezulu ke ngiyezwa yiso ke izathu sami lese ngifuna ukuthi ngikhumbuze ukuthi ke ngoba na umsolo yasho ukuthi ke niye nami nathenga amanzi futhi nama chips kusho yena umsolo wesibili engifuna ukubekela khona manje ukuthi phela ngikwazisa ukuthi bekhona amanzi khona bewakhona ke ngalosuku lolo uthi Mukhane ke nathi ke sasithengela ke inkosi enkantolo azange sithengele yena kuphela umsola ngalosuku lolo aqhubeke uMgomezulu athi ke yebo isizathu ke uthi ngikubuze lokho ukuthi ke umsola wesibili na uyakhuluma ke ngendaba le yamanzi uyabeka nokuthi ke ngalosuku lona lolo ke wathelwa ke ngamanzi emzimbeni ngaphambili emzimbeni wakhe yisizathu lese ke nami ngifuna ukuthi ngilethe ke ufakazi lobo bamanzi njengofakazi bakhe phambi kwenkantolo uthi ke Mohane ke uthi ngale nkathi yena umsola ke ekutshela konke lokho uyawakutshela na ukuthi ke ubani uyamthela ngamanzi na ubuza uMohane lo mbuzo lo uthi uMngomezulu ke uthi umsola ke olaphambi kwenkantolo ke uthi uMngomezulu umsola wenkantolo ke uye wakhuluma iqiniso zanga aloka jika jika ngendaba uyachaza nokuthi ke wena asuwena umuntu ke owamthela ke ngamanzi ngalelo suku lelo athi uMohane ngisalalela athi uMngomezulu yona ke into angitshele yona ke umsola wesibili uthi ngalo suku lona lolo wena boqhuba imoto emva kwaloko nase nisuka lapha kule off ramp yalomgwaqo lo yalapha eHeidelberg athi sorry ngiyaxolisa nkonke enkantolo bekusuka ku M3 kulomgwaqo lo futhi kunendawo nje lapho ke kulahlelwa khona uDoti ngapha ngaku right mawubhekile ke umgwaqo khona ubheke ke endleleni yale Albertine athi uMohane ngisalelele futhi nalapho uthi uMngomezulu ke isikhathi beku 1442 futhi imoto nje beyiduma khona ngalapho ngase ring road duze ngase ring road noma ke duze ke naye ring road uMohane athi ke lelo iqiniso athi uMngomezulu kuzokube u1522 neimoto futhi naye futhi ke bisaduma ngathi leso uyakubona lokho athi uMohane iqiniso lona lelo athi uMngomezulu yebo ngazo lenkathi lezi ezimbili lezi azikhulumile u1442 no1552 ngaba u40 minutes ngaphakathi uyakubona konke lokho athi uMohane usho njalo athi uMngomezulu yiyona into engitshela yona umsola wesibili leyo ukuthi isikhathi ngale nkathi ke ekhishwa ngaphakathi kwemoto ngaphambi kwaleya ndawo le yamapipe lamakhulu lawo ensimbi lapho afika khona ke nase nimshoka khona lapho futhi ke nimchoka ngale mshini lo nawusebenzisa bekuyisikhathi sona leso athi uMohane uma ngikhumbula kahle kahle mntwana uMngomezulu uye wathi eqaleni wena siye samthatha samisa ngale emaphayipini lapha eSoweto eOrlando ngaphambi ukuthi ke simise kuma office ka Rapadi no Gininda noGinda kodwa manje futhi uyashintsha futhi sesamthatha samisa kuma pipe la ngale eAlbertine athi uMohane ngicela ukubekela lokhu ke kube khona ke mhlawumbe umuntu ongenayo bathi ngoba intervenes ithi court ke can you speak English ithi ngicela ukukhuluma isilungu lo mshini lona awukwazi uthatha ke bonga bokhuluma ke ngesintu noma ngesizulu should I still continue
Yes, up to the end of the page.
athi uMngomezulu ngingaqhubeka ithi inkosi enkantolo yebo ngilale athi uMohane yebo ngilalela inkosi enkantolo athi uMngomezulu ngixolisa inkosi enkantolo ngingaqhubeka phambili ithi inkantolo yebo ngaqhubeka phambili
Yes, thank you. Up to that point. And
Angisaphendula phela.
yes, you can continue.
can I respond
Yes.
yebo ngaphendula mnumzane
Nkosi enkantolo ma uthi ngizwa kahle lenkulumo engentolokela umama losedodanana leli phepha leli uMngomezulu usesha iwitness ngendlela ayibuza ngayo ngokuba yiloya kwakhe lapho ecourt.
My Lord, if I understand the interpretation of what has just been interpreted to me, Mngomezulu was putting the questions to the witness, trying to get information from the witness in a way he knows best.
Ma ukuthi ngiyimamela kahle ngoba uyazwa khapha khona ngeAlbertine khapha khona ngeSoweto.
If I really understand, because in that document, there's a place where they are speaking of Albertine and there's another place where they are talking about Soweto.
Mina lapha ecourt ngiye eside seAlbertine nge18.
I went to the Albertine side, my Lord, on the 18th.
Nge19 yilanga lesebhalakwana seSoweto eMroka.
The 19th is the day of the happenings at Baragwana in Moroka.
Mangibona amathanki la khuma ngaNgomezulu kwakuzi 18 not in 19.
When I saw the tanks that Mr. Mngomezulu was referring to, it was on the 18th and not on the 19th.
Manje uMngomezulu ngendlela esesha ngayo uMhane uyazi into emsesha ngayo iphindlela lapha ecourt.
And Mngomezulu, the way he was putting his questions or trying to get information from Mohane knows best, my Lord.
Mina ngikhona ngimilela icourt ngiyayicacisela kuba mhlambe engafuneka ecourt ngizohlala lapho kuhleli khona uSibili. Umuntu bengafanele ngena ngicacisela icourt.
I am here before the court, standing before the court, explaining the things that happened on those particular days. If I was not needed, I would have been sitting where others are seated, my lord.
No, but Baba Ntanzi, when your lawyer cross-examines, he puts a version after consulting with you, he puts your version to a witness.
Kodwa cha ke Mzansi Ntanzi ke ummeli wakho uma ke la inkantolo ebuza futhi imibuzo noma ebeka inkulumo la inkantolo ke ukwenza lokhu seke khulume nawe wena somtshelile ukuthi ke inkulumo yakho ime ngalendlela le ufika la inkantolo ummeli.
My lord, as I was listening to the state reading what is contained in the record here, there's a portion where Mr. Mgomezulu is engaging Mr. Mukhane, explaining these two incidents. He starts by saying there's a first incident and there's also a second incident. But now when that is being interpreted there, before the interpreter gets into that portion, then the state is requesting the interpreter to stop there, even before that is being interpreted, that which Mr. Mgomezulu is explaining. Before, in other words, that which the state had read, which was explained by Mr. Mgomezulu, had not been interpreted to this witness, so that in his answer, he also factors that explanation that Mr. Mgomezulu gave to Mr. Mukhane, as it has been read into the record by the state. I'll request that the interpreter be afforded the opportunity to also read what Mr. Mgomezulu actually explained to Mr. Mukhane, because he explained of a first and a second incident. It was just towards the end of what the state was reading as an engagement between Mr. Mgomezulu and Mr. Mukhane.
But by all means, we will give it back to the interpreter. But I think what counsel is referring to is on page 64, line 10, Mr. Mgomezulu. My version initially, and it will stand as first time accused was next to a dumping area. It was on a route towards Alberton. That is the first time next to two tanks, silver tanks. The second time was when he was at Orlando next to a dumping area. There were ATMs that were no longer in use. Do you understand now? I suppose that
Uyabeka ke uthi ke ummeli uthi ke umshushisi ke okwenzakele ke ngalenkathi umzana uNgomezulu ke ebeka ke lo fakazi lo inkantolo ke uthi umshushisi ke lokho utholakala ke ku page 64 ku line number 10 uthi ke uMgomezulu ke okokuqala isenhlalo sokuqala ke senzakala ngalenkathi ke umsola ke lapha ngakundawo le elahlayo ke udoti ngala ngase ngakumathangi labo wakhona la wa silver isahlalo sokuqala lesi esesibili senzakale Orlando ngale ngakuma dumping area ile nkathi uMgomezulu ke ebekela ke noMukhane izahlakalo lezi zembili sokuqala esilapha ngaku dumping area lapha kunamatanga silver khona esesibili lapha eOrlando.
Do you wish to comment?
Khona ufuna ukusho kulokho
Ingoba ngisho phambi kwakho mina nge-18 ilanga lase Alberton, nge-19 ilanga lase Soweto.
I am saying that on the 18th is the happenings of Alberton and the 19th the happenings of Soweto.
Okunye phambi kwekhoti ngiyacela ingona kumhlambe ngehlisa isithunzini. Mina ngicela umshushisi angangibizi inkosi enkantolo ngobaba mina ngumfana. Mina ngumfana asikho izathu ukuthi angibize ngobaba ngoba emdala kangaka.
My Lord, with due respect, and I'm not trying to undermine anyone, I am just requesting that the prosecutor should not call me ubaba.
Yimi ngibhekisa igama kuye ngithi baba yena fela ngibize ngalendlela engangibiza ngayo kodwa ayothi baba mina igama la baba ubaba ukhona ekhaya uyaphila.
I am actually the one, my Lord, who's supposed to call him ubaba.
Yes. No
Not
problem.
him calling me. He can use any other name, but not ubaba.
No problem. It was used in the context of Mr. Ntanzi, Baba Ntanzi.
Uthi ke umshushisi ke masusa lapha esingisini angithi ungisini kuba uMr Ntanzi uma kuletha ngapha ke sizulwini ke kuba ubaba uNtanzi.
Cha angivumi mina ngiyala.
No, I'm not.
Ngoba yena mshoyo mangaqamba amaphambi kodwa unengane elingana nami. Ngeke abize ingane yakhe ngobaba. Oh baba ekhona ecekeni. ngeke yenzeke leyo.
Because I'm sure that you have a child who is of my age. You cannot call your own child ubaba.
Thank you. As I said, it was just a mere courtesy extended to you out of respect to you, but we'll call you Mr. Ntanzi.
Uthi phela bekuyinhlonipho nje bekathi mhlawumbe umletha ngakuwe kodwa kusukela namhlanje uzokubiza ke umnumzane Mtanzi.
Cha kuyona inhlonipho kimi ngelanguage yami. Ngeke ubize ingane ngobaba.
In my language it is not respect. You cannot call a child ubaba.
Right, moving on, Mr. Ntanzi, we have referred to the portion on page 63 of the proceedings of 15 November 2023, where Mr. Mgomezulu said the following, that, and this we see at line 9, Mr. Mgomezulu, at 1442, it indicates excess idling Ring Road or near Ring Road. Then at line 11, Mr. Mgomezulu says to 1522, and the car was on excess idle. And he says at line 18, that is the instruction of accused 2, that was the time when he was taken out of the motor vehicle next to those steel pipes, steel tanks, where he was tortured with that electrocuted with a device. That was the time. We wish to show you an extract of the AVL report, which was handed up as exhibit MM2 in brackets A, indicating the registration number of the vehicle. And what is important is the date is the registration is FV47 LRGP. That's the Toyota Fortuner. Date and time 2020 06/19, and the time is 14:42:08. It says status access idle, location near Ring Road, East New Market, Alberton. Then it gives the longitude and the latitude. Then at 1522:32, the registration number of the vehicle is FV47 LRGP. The date 2020 06/19. 1522:32, it shows excess idle. Speed, it says 0, odometer 0. Also at 14:42:01, it was the speed and odometer were 00 respectively. So also at 1522:32, 00, speedometer and odometer. Location near Ring Road, East New Market Park, Alberton. Now, the proposition by Mr. Mgomezulu was that on the 19th of June 2020, as per the AVL report, that between those times, 14:42 and 15:22, near Ring Road, when the car was in idle mode, that it is the instruction of accused 2 that was the time when he was taken out of the motor vehicle next to the steel pipe, steel tanks, where he was tortured, electrocuted with a device. That was the time.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, ngokuya ke ngama records akhona la enkantolo ke okwenzakala ngale nkathi umzana uNgomezulu ke ethula ufakazi bakho la enkantolo. Uwathi uMngomezulu ke ngaphakathi kwale nkathi lezi ke u1442 no1522 ile yankathi ke ngomhla ka19 June ngo2020 ile yankathi ke wena owasho ukuthi ke ilapho ke owakhishwa khona emotweni wasoyisa ngakulenga kulama pipe lawa wezinsimbi ilapho ke owafika ke washokwa khona waphinde futhi ke washokwa futhi ngomshini ke ngokuya ke ngeALV report ikhombisa ke imoto ke beku inamba khona beku FV 47LRGP uthi ke futhi echaza ukuthi ke lapho ke bengalapha ngase New Market ke emgwaqweni lo wase Albertine isikhathi futhi beku 15:22:32 idate ku 19 zika June 2020 ispeed futhi ke kuyi 0 imoto beyiduma nje kuphela futhi lo indawo ke location ke ku Ring Road.
Kosenkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda mina. I'm sure athi sengiphendule kathathu or kayi4 phambi kwekhoti. Ngithi mina ilanga lama pipe ilanga la nge18. Noma ngisho baba uMngomezulu lapha kasibhala akayibhalanga idate ilanga la ukuthi zi18 noma zi19. Kuphela yena usesha umhane ngendlela amsesha ngayo.
My Lord, I think I've answered this question several times. I think maybe around 3 times. And I still say that the days, the happenings of the 18th include the steel pipes. And just to add again is that Mr. Mngomezulu was actually searching or questioning Mr. Mohale in a way he knows best, my Lord.
Kosenkantolo mina ngiye nge18 ngelanga lase Albertine angiyanga nge19.
I went on the 18th, my Lord, not on the 19th to Albertine.
Mina nge18 bengisuka eCarltonville lapha engangisebenza khona size sifike eAlbertine.
On the 18th, I was from Carltonville where I was working till we reached Albertine.
Yes. Mr. Mngomezulu, without belaboring the point, contextualizes this assault with reference to the AVL between those times on the 19th of June 2020. Those times 1442 and 1522.
Mzwane Ntanzi ke engifuna sibheke ke ile AVL report esitholile ke phakathi kwale nkathi ezimbili engikhulume ngazo u144208 no 152232.
Namanje Kosenkantolo lesikhathi esakhuluma ngaso la umshushisi kwamina uqobo lwami ngoba ngemla akaze ngikhulume ngesikhathi.
My Lord, the time that the prosecutor is referring to, even myself standing before the court, I've never or I've not mentioned these times.
Ngoba mina nje ngiyimi mina la phambi kwekhoti azange ngikhulume ngesikhathi uMngomezulu uyayizwa nenkulumo yakhe usesha abantu usesha lo muntu ambuzayo ngemibuzo yakhe ukuthi ngelanga lisokwenza kaloko ukuthi ngelanga lisokwenza kaloko.
I have never mentioned anything about the times. Mngomezulu was putting the questions to the witness that was before court, trying to get information from the witness of what happened on certain days or on these particular days.
Yes. And we've indicated to you that a lawyer carries out the instructions of client, and this is what Mr. Mngomezulu says. He says, that is the instruction of accused number 2, yourself, that he was taken out of the motor vehicle next to the steel pipes between those times that have indicated where he was tortured, electrocuted with a device.
Mnumzane siyasakubekela ukuthi ke ummeli ke uma ke yena ezenkantolo ke ukhuluma ke akutshele uyena umuntu lamele enkantolo uyachaza futhi ke uthi ke ummeli ke uMngomezulu ke accused number 2 uthi ke ngale nkathi lezi esisikhulumile le nkathi lezi ezimbili esichaza ke yena u1442 nayo 1522 uthi umsola wesibili ke inkathi le akhishwa ngayo emotweni wasethathwa ke ayiswa kulama pipe amakhulu la silver lapho afika ke wafika washokwa khona.
Namanye Nkosenkantolo ngiyaphinda zi18 not in 19.
I am repeating myself again, my Lord. Those were the happenings of the 18th and not of the 19th.
Mina futhi lapha ecourt azange ngikhulume ngesikhathi mina.
And here in court, I have never said anything about the time.
You see, you said the following when my colleague Dr. Sibanda confronted you in cross-examination during the proceedings of 12 February 2024 about this version, page 77, the last line, we'll maybe start at line 12, Dr. Sibanda. It was put to Sergeant Mohani on the 15th of November 2023 on page 63 of the record that at Ring Road around 1522, that the instruction of accused 2 is that at the time when he was taken out of the motor vehicle, next to those steel pipes, steel tanks, he was tortured and electrocuted with the device. Then you responded that you maintained that we were assaulted on the 18th, 19th, and 24th, and the place where I was assaulted on the 19th, it was Orlando. Then Dr. Sibanda said it was a version that was put to Sergeant Mohani that it is your instruction. Then he responded as follows. I believe that Mr. Mgomezulu is the one that has put that to Sergeant Mohani, and I would not be able to speak on his behalf as he is present in court.
Uyabeka ke umshishisi uthi ke naku ke manje futhi ke ngalenkathi ke uDr Sibanda kuyile ngalosuku lolo ke ekubuza imibuzo ke bekuyi12 zika February ngo2024 masikubheka futhi lokho ke kusekhasini ke page number 77 cala ku line number 12 uDr Sibanda ke uthi ke umukhane ke uyobekela ubufakazi ukuthi ke wena uye wakhishwa ngalosuku lolo vele ngempela emotweni bekulaphana ke eRing Road ngazo lenkathi ke ezimbili akhulume ngazo ke ngalosuku lolo ke wena waphendula wathi ke ngisamile ekutheni ke ukuthi mina ke ngashawa ke mhla ka18 19 nango 24 in19 ke konke lokwenzakala ke eOrlando lapho ngashayelwa khona ke athi ke uDr Sibanda futhi ke kodwa ke ufakazi bakho ukuthi uMngomezulu uyowathi ke wena uthe ngalosuku lolo ke in19 lezo ke lapho washaya khona wena wasephendula wathi ke awukwazi ukuthi ungaphendula ke lokho kwashaya uMngomezulu ngoba uMngomezulu naye ukhona la enkantolo ke lo muntu owakhuluma leyo nkulumo leyo wena awukwazi ukuthi ungaphendula kule nkulumo leyo kaMngomezulu.
Then
le nkulumo ngitolo sisa ayikho lapha elokhuzeni ehluka enkulumeni yami lengekhuluma phambi kwekhothe.
What has just been interpreted to me, my lord, is not different from what I've been saying before the court.
Ngoba mawuthula umamela leli record engangibuza khona uCibanda uyayifaka i18.
If you listen to the record where Nzibande is involved, he does mention the date of the 18th.
Wena ukhuluma nge18 phambi kwekhothe namshushisa ukhuluma ngani ukhuluma nge19.
But you are not talking about the 18th, they are only referring to the 19th.
yes, I'm merely rehashing the version of your lawyer at the time, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Mina nje phela ngikwenza nje phela kuje phela ngitshele ke ukuthi ke uMngomezulu ke lobe kumeli wakho ngalesikhathi ke wabeke enkantolo wathini njengenkulumo esuka kuwena.
Mina ngikhona la phambi kwekhothe. Ithe ikhothe ifanele sisiphendulele lezi itsolo ezithwesa ngikhona la ngizosiphendulela.
I am before the court. I was informed that I need to respond to the allegations that have been put before me.
Ingakho
That is why
ngikuphendula.
I'm here to respond.
Yeah, just before we leave this aspect, there's this last portion that we wish to refer you to on the 12th of February 2024, page 82, where Dr. Sibanda put this version to you at line 19, saying, and the version that was put is that at a particular stop, the accused was taken out of the motor vehicle. He was taken to those steel pipes when he was tortured and assaulted and he was electrocuted. That was in the context of the incident of the 19th of June 2020. And your response was, I still maintain that I was assaulted at an area where I saw a board that mentioned Orlando.
Uyaphinde futhi aqhubeka ke umshishisi uthi ke masibiyele futhi emuva kulo fakazi lo page number 88 ngalenkathi uDr Sibande kuyena lo suku lolo ke ubebuza ke imibuzo ke uDr Sibande ke uyawathi ke uyakubekela ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakho kuyowatsho wena mhla ka19 June ke uyewathatha wayesa kule ndawo lena amapipe lamanye ke yasiva lapho wafika khona ke wasukusho kwakhona ke wena impendulo yakho wathi ke wena ngisama lapha kuthela ukuthi ngalosuku lolo ke ngasho kwa futhi ngashaywa ngabona futhi neboard lapho ke ethi Orlando.
Koze enkantolo eOrlando ngiye nge19. endaweni eyisigana lapho kwagrethwe khona ngathi indawo egrethiwe ngathi indawo yegcwele amaphepha ngoba ngapha kune-ground kunama-ATM ngaphakathi nge-18 kuyilesikhathi esingishawela khona kuphi lapho kuchithwa khona amadasibho ngabona itraga lamasipala lingena khona
ngicela uphinde futhi nge-19.
ngithi nge-19 azange ngiboshwe emaphayiphini
Okay, on the
azange
19th.
ngibone ephayiphi nge-19
Okay. My lord, on the 19th, I did not see any pipes. Qhubeka futhi wathini?
amaphayiphi abe nge-18
I only saw the pipes on the 18th.
ngoba uma ungathi ulandele lenkulumo kababtsibanda uyasesha ngithi nawu sesha mina ngendlela ngisesha ngayo mina ngiyamphendula.
If you follow the communication of Mr. Ntsibande, he's putting questions to me, he's trying to get information from me, and I'm answering him the way I know best also.
namanje ngikhona lapha ekhodi ngimile ngikhuluma nge-18 ngikhuluma nge-19 ngikhuluma nge-24
Before the court today, I am referring to the incidents of the 18th, the 19th, and the 24th.
Yes. And even Sergeant Mukhani was confused by this version. We see that in his response, he says, Mr. Mgomezulu, I do not understand now because you are now confusing me, as in the morning you had said we met Colonel Rapadu and his wife, took the keys, and now you are referring to us meeting Colonel Rapadu in the afternoon. Is it changing now? Then Mr. Mgomezulu says, may I approach accused? So he approached you after putting that version that we have been treading through all morning. And after consulting with you, Mr. Mgomezulu said, Mr. Mukhani, you do not have to confuse your evidence with the evidence of accused 2. Accused 2, we confirmed with my colleague that according to his instruction, he did not meet Colonel Rapadu in the morning, but he met Colonel Rapadu in the evening. Then he said afternoon. And the court then said evening or afternoon, which is it now? Morning, evening, or afternoon? Then Mr. Mgomezulu said afternoon, my lord, sorry.
Uthi-ke umthuthisi-ke umzana Ntanzi-ke naye umzana Mokhane-ke ubesedidekile naye ngofakazi bakho lobu ubabeka ngalosuku lolo-ke ngoba-ke uMokhane uthi-ke umzana Mngomezulu angisazwisisi-ke manje ngoba manje-ke sowuthi-ke ngididekile ngoba ekuseni wena Mngomezulu uye wathi-ke sesihlahlangana-ke noColonel Rapadu nonkosikazi wakhe wathatha-ke izikhiya-ke ezingaba 10 manje soyashintsha manje sothi-ke sihlangane noColonel Rapadi emini noma afternoon uyashintsha manje ufakazi bakho na uthi uMngomezulu nkanti Nkosi enkantolo ngicela ukuthi ngihambe ngiyobonana-ke nommangalelwa wesibili-ke ngizokwazi ukubuza lo daba leli-ke yathi inkantolo yakulungile akho nkinga ungambona-ke ummangalelwa lo wesibili abuye uMngomezulu athi mzana Mokhane ngiyabonga Nkosi enkantolo athi uMngomezulu mzana Mokhane ungaziphambanisi nje izinto futhi ungaphambanisi-ke ufakazi bakhe-ke umsolo wesibili-ke umsolo wesibili-ke umsolo wesibili uyasho ukuthi-ke kuya ngaye-ke azange-ke ahlangane-ke naColonel Rapadu ekuseni but kodwa-ke bahlangane noColonel Rapadu entambama athi uMngomezulu ngiyaxolisa sorry Nkosi enkantolo uthi-ke sahlangana-ke naye uthi khothi-ke nihlangane nini kahle kahle entambama noma emini noma bekunini kahle kahle athi-ke uMngomezulu ekuseni uthi inkonzo ekuseni noma-ke emini noma ntambama athi uMngomezulu ntambama Nkosi enkantolo aphinde athi futhi sorry ngiyaxolisa Nkosi enkantolo yazwisisa baba
yebo ngiyakubona
Yes, I can see that.
mina vele phambi kokuthi uRapata ngimbonanga ekuseni ikhodi ngitshelele ngimbone entambama.
Yes, I did inform the court that I did not see Rapadi in the morning. I only saw Rapadi in the evening.
But we put it to you that this version about you being assaulted on the 19th of June 2020 at Ring Road or near Ring Road on the 19th of June 2020 between the times 14:42:01 and 19 June 2020, 15:22:32, that you were taken out of the motor vehicle and then assaulted. Demonstrate the fundamental problem with your version.
Uthi ke umshushisi mnumzane Ntanzi, le nkulumo yakho le othi ke mhla ka 19 June ngo2020 isikhathi ke phakathi kwa 14:42:01 no 15:22:32 ukuthi wena wathathwa ke wakhishwa ke emotweni lapho ke wafika washaywa khona waphinde futhi washokwa khona ke ikhombisa ke inkinga kakhulu nobufakazi bakho.
Ayikho inkinga ekhombisa phambi kwakho senkantolo. Wena ohlanganisa izinto phambi kwekhodi.
You are the one who's confusing things before the court. There's no problem with my evidence.
Eparakwana ngikhishiwe kuze neSoweto ngikhishiwe emotweni. Ngavela ngangisemotweni ngakhishwe emotweni ngawo shopping.
When we were in Soweto, since I was already inside the car, I was removed from the car, then I was electrocuted.
It's 18 lapho ngashaka khona ngase kuze neAlbertine lapho kulahla khona ama dustbin.
On the 18th, that is when I was assaulted around Albertine in an area where they throw up dump.
Ngoba nakhona siqale kuphi siqale garage emotweni kaJonathan.
We started at the garage in Jonathan's car.
As we put it to you yesterday, that your version is riddled with contradiction regarding the alleged assault on the 19th June 2020.
Uthi umshushisi ke ubufakazi bakho ke lobu malaka kakhulukazi lobu khuma ngishaya kwakho ke bunento eziningi nje eziphambanayo.
Ayikho into ephambene phambi kwesenkantolo.
There are no contradictions. before the court.
Wena odukisa inkantolo.
You are just misleading the court.
Right. Mr. Ntanzi, do you agree that the allegations of assault that you say were carried out on you to sign the confessions you made those allegations in the trial within the trial and are being repeated now, but there's nothing new in your evidence in chief now? You're just merely repeating what you said in the trial within the trial. There's nothing new. Do you agree?
Mnumzane Ntanzi, lokhu ke owakusho ke malana ke nokushaya kwakho nokuthi ke uyo wenzwana ukuthi uzokufikelele lapho ke wena uyo wasigna ke ama confession lokho uthi ke umshushisi ke uyavumela makathi ke uma sibheka konke okwenzekile ke akukho ecaleni lakho kuusha ukuletha enkantolo usaphinda lento lezi ke wazikhuluma ke ngaphambili ngenkathi kwenza ke i-trial ke ngaphakathi kwale trial akukho kusho silethela kona usaphinda le yankulumo le owayikhuluma ke ngale yankathi.
Yes, ngoba vela ikho into engayenza mina nosenza ngimbulalanga.
Yes, because there's nothing that I did and I did not unalive Senzo.
Kwayena phambi kwale nkantolo ayikho into ayitshene khona ukuthi Ntanzi nabo nali iphepha ubulala uSenzo ngelanga so ayikho.
Even yourself now before the court, there is nothing, no document that you have given the court to show that Ntanzi, here's the proof you killed Senzo.
Ufunda ama record am ephone kwangena iDNA kwangena izinto eziningi kodwa ayikho into engihambisa nendaba yokubulala.
You read my phone records before the court. The DNA analysis was also brought before the court. There's nothing in all that you have brought before the court that shows that I have killed Senzo.
Utsheni court uthi mina ngibulela uSenzo nabo ashuze futhi njena no ashuze siyaxhumana ayikho into ngibonisa wona phambi kwecourt.
You told the court that I and the co-accused, who are also before the court, that we killed Senzo. But there is nothing to show or to prove your statement.
So are you done?
Ngiqedile ngiphendula le nto ongitshelayo.
Yes, I'm done. I was just responding to what you just put to me.
When we were dealing with your cell phone records, Exhibit DD 5E, Roman figure 1, you mentioned that whilst at Kosimampuru, you received visits from some of your friends. I think you mentioned Mr. Jack Buthelezi.
Ngale nkathi ke sibheke ke wona ke wonke ke lama cell phone records wakho uye wathi ke ngale nkathi lapha ke eKhoshimampuru ke kukhona ke abanye ke abangani bakhe baya bakuvakashela uye wakhuluma ngomunye ke owu Jack Buthelezi.
Mina ngithe uJack wafika eKhosimampuru.
Did I mention that? Did I say Jack came to Koshimampuru?
No, we're just trying to establish. Did you say, or maybe let's put it to you this way. You said you did receive visits whilst you were at Kosimampuru, is that correct?
Kunjalo ke wena uye wathi la enkantolo ukuthi uyoba nazo izivakashi ngale nkathi lapha eKhosimampuru.
Namanje ziyafika.
Even now I still have visits.
Yes, but we're referring to the very first visits. Who was the first person to visit you?
Manje sikhuluma ke ngabantu bokuqala bakuvakashela ubani umuntu oqala owakuvakashela ngale nkathi lapha ke eKhoshimampuru.
Cha ama visit ngawami. Akusiwa wakho, akusiwa futhi wasekhotha. Ama visit ngawami lejele.
They are my visits. They are not your visits. They are not the court's visits.
Ngoba
They are
njengoba
mine.
ngizobiza igama lomuntu. Laba amaphoyisa lana azoya kuye ayombuza ukuthi uhlanganisane nami.
Because now, if I now divulge that information and give you a name, the police officer now will go to the person that I just mentioned,
Yes.
just to find out what brings us together.
But did you say when we're dealing with your cell phone records that Ndiza also visited you at Kosimampuru?
Ngale nkathi ke sisebenza ke ngama cell phone records wakho uye washo ukuthi uNdiza nayo ke wazokuvakashela lapha eKhoshimampuru. Yes,
Umngani wami ngithi bengisebenza naye.
he is my friend and he was also a co-worker.
Phela mina nasiqabela ngoJozi ithi sidibanisile ukuborigori iplatinum kuphela.
We are not fighting and we're working together to work with the platinum.
Yes, more or less, when was that visit?
Manje ke ungashela ukuthi ke wena uNdiza ke weza nini ezokuvakashela?
Angisakukhumbula ilanga.
I cannot recall the day.
Yes. Now, Mr. Ntanzi, the reason why we are asking all this is that the cell phone records, Exhibit DD 5E Roman figure 1, indicate contact with family and friends.
Isizathu sokuthi ke sikubuze konke lokhu ukuthi ke ama cell phone records akhe ke awakho ke kakhulukazi ke exhibit DD ikhombisa ke ukuxhumana phakathi kwakho nabangani futhi nabomndeni.
We have showed you that on your other number, the secondary number ending 8460, that there was a call by Ndiza on the 17th of June 2020 at 19:40:22 to your number and the towers 3G Pretoria North.
Futhi ke uma ngale ngathi ke sisebenza ke ngama cell phone records ke wakho ke labe ku exhibit DD kuyakhomba ukuthi le nombolo yakho enye lo nayo lecela ngo8460 kuyokaba khona ke ucingo ke phakathi kwefoni yakho nekaNdiza ke mhla ka17 June ngo2022 isikhathi ke beku 19:40:22 futhi umbhoshongo ke beku Pretoria.
Namanje ngisaphinda phambi kwecourt. Ngisacela umshushisa ukudukisa icourt.
I'm still repeating myself, my lord. I'm requesting the prosecutor not to mislead the court
And udukisana lento eqoshwa lapha ecourt.
and also misleading the evidence or the case that we are dealing with here in court.
Because enkantolo police station azange ngibe ne visit.
My lord, at the police station, I never had a visitor.
Ivisit ngwaqala ukwathola kuphe Ramshane Rustenburg.
The first visit was when I was at Ramshane at Rustenburg.
2021.
That was in 2021.
Siphinde eKhosemampuru mina ngifike ngo2022.
And I arrived at Kosemampuru in 2022.
Manje ngangifika nini ngo-2020 eHostel Boardroom.
So when did I go to Hostel in 2020?
So ngicela uma ubhala ama-question akho msheshe singibhalele inkulumo engiyikhulumile.
Prosecutor, I'm pleading with you that when you are putting your questions, put your questions according to what I had said before the court.
I don't know if you are misunderstanding the questions.
Angazi ukuthi mhlambe ke awuzwisisi kahle imibuzo ke lo buzo wona.
Cha, nguzwa kahle uthi yena ngo-2020 mina 2020 bengisasema-police station bengekho eHostel Boardroom naseRamshana.
I understand your questions very well. You are saying in 2020, all this started in 2020, and in 2020 I was not at Hostel Mampuru.
Umthetho wasejele nowase-police station izinto ey'hlukene lezi. Ejele khona nabo baba laba bona i-uniform yakhona igqoke kanjani. Lo baba buka lo baba uyebuka lo. Uthatha i-police station yase-police station njengalo yabhuti ohleli lapha ekhona izinto ey'ngafani lezi.
The rules applied in the police station and the in the prisons are two different entities or rules. If you check the police officials who are before the court, some are from the prison and some from the police station, and they all work differently.
Mr. Ntanzi, you are wrong, I'm afraid. You misunderstood the question. The question was, cell phone records indicate that your number was contacted by family and friends as early as the 17th of June 2020, and we have referred you to the call from Ndiza's number on the 17th of June 2020 at 19:40 and 22 seconds to your number 8460, and that the tower that made contact with that device is Pretoria North. That was the question.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, uthi komshushisi ke mhlambe ke awuzange usise kahle umbuzo obuza wona ke. Uthi komshushisi ke inombolo yakho le egcina ke ngo-8460 ke iyathola ke ama-calls ke abuya ke abantu bomndeni futhi nabangani. Yo inombolo yakho bacala ngacetha inombolo yakho lena ke kubonakala mhla ka-17 June ngo-2020 isikhathi ke ku-19:40:22 lapho ke inombolo yakho le yathola ucingo ke luphuma kundiza le nombolo egcina ngo-8460 umbhoshongo wakhona ku-Pretoria North.
Nkosi enkantolo mina ifoni yami ngihlukana nayo ngo-June 16 uma ngiboshwa.
My lord, the last time I was with my phone was on the 16th of June upon my arrest.
And we have placed this.
Ngicela ukuqhubeka.
I'm
Can I
sorry.
continue?
Ngiphinde futhi inkosi enkantolo azange ngibe nevisit ngisese-police station. Pretoria North, Vereria, Pretoria North, Jimmy Sting ile police station le ngikhohle igama azange ngibe nevisit inkosi enkantolo.
And also to add, my lord, I never had any visit whilst I was still at the police station, the Pretoria North Police Station, Verulam Police Station, Germiston Police Station, and this other police station that I forgot the name. I never had visitors when I was in those police stations.
Ngiqala ukuba nevisit kuphi eRustenburg, eRamshana nalapha eHostel Mapo. Khathi ngiqala ukubona abantu bakithi.
I've only started having visit when I was at Rustenburg and Ramshana and also at Hostel Mampuru. That was the first time that I had visit from family members.
Now, we've already placed the cell phone number of Ndiza, index number 228, and it's 081057786, which, as we've just put to indicate that it made contact with your number ending 8460 on the 17th of June 2020 at 19:40:22.
Futhi ke sesikubekela ukuthi ke inombolo kaNdiza ke leyo 081057786 ke iyaqhumana ke nombolo yakho legcina ngo8460 usuku futhi bekuyi17 zika June ngo2020.
And the tower for your device was 3G Pretoria North.
And ke ifoni yakho ke ibibamba kumbhoshongo ke we Pretoria North.
Ngicela ungitshene nesikhathi lapha.
Can you please kindly tell me the time?
Yes. We'll repeat the time gladly, 19:40 and 22 seconds.
Isikhathi ke sosiphinda futhi 19:40:22.
Mina ngangena phone Nkosi enkantolo.
My lord, I did not have a phone then.
And we have already referred you to the call on the 26th of June 2020 at 16:40 and 29 seconds. It was an incoming call from your mother's number 0790696 to your number ending 6890.
Futhi ke siyasakubeka futhi ke lincingo futhi ke lwenzakala mhla ka 26 June ngo2020 isikhathi ke ku 16:40:29 ke ubuya ke cungwe likama wakho ke inombolo yakho ku 07906966750 lecingweni lakho ke logcina ngo 6890
With the tower
Kuyiphi town?
University of Pretoria.
umbhoshongo ke ku University of Pretoria.
No 26 angise Pretoria.
Are you saying on the 26th I was in Pretoria?
Yes, we have put it to you, Mr. Ntanzi, that the cell register indicate that you were transferred to Brooklyn Police Station on that day.
Brooklyn.
Yes.
Ama record akhomba ukuthi ke ubu transfer usuka ke Brooklyn Police Station ngalo lo suku lo 26 ka June.
Ngicela ukuyibona lo record le.
May I kindly see that record you are referring to?
Le yokuphuma kwame Pretoria ngiyale police station isho. Ngicela ukulibona lelo.
The one that shows my moving from Pretoria to the police station that you are now
Yes.
referring to.
Yes, we'll show it to you. But the point of the matter, Mr. Ntanzi, is that the cell phone records indicate contact with family and friends, and that if there were any assaults, they would have been reported to those friends and family members.
If there were any
Assaults,
okay.
as you allege.
Mnumzane Ntanzi uthi ke umshutshisa kubekela afuna ukuthi ukubhekela ukuthi ke ama cell phone records akho ayakhomba ukuthi ke bekhona ke uxhumana ke kusuka ke amanombolweni omndeni futhi nabangani eza ke enombolweni yakho ke uma ngabe vele ngempela wena ke uye washaya ke labantu laba komndeni nabangani kube bazisi kuba ubazisile ngokushaya kwakho.
Ngibazisile ifoni yami kuphi? Ngoba mina ngangena phone ifoni ngehlwa na ngo June 16.
Letting them know how, because I did not have a phone. The last time that I had a phone was on the 16th of June.
Ngiphinde ngikhulume lapha ecourt ke ngikuvula amehlo kancane phambi kwecourt. Alikho iphoyisa ngathi lizokubopha lekuyeke nefoni. Okuqale lokho nqa into yohamba le.
And again, let me just bring some light to you. Firstly, there is no police officer that will arrest you and still leave you with your phone.
Nangumncubo. Umncubo umbophanga, uboshe ngamanye amaphoyisa amthathele ifoni.
Here is Mncube. You did not arrest Mncube. He was arrested by another set of police officers. They
Nangu-
also took his phone.
Nangusibiya, uboshwe nguwe namaphoyisa ogenende, nimthathele ifoni.
Here is Bia, who was arrested by you and Genindas. You took his phone.
Njengamanje mina ngikuphi ngise police station ngelanga lokuqala ifoni yami ise phosphorus. Ihambe nobani ke phosphorus mina ngisele masele.
In my situation, I was at the police station, but my phone was in Phosphorus. Who took it to Phosphorus?
Okugcina nci mina ngangeke ngisokole ngeimpahla zokugeza na into zokugeza nangeimpahla zokugqoka. Uma uthi ngangixhumana nowami umndeni. Omzala abasebenza khona lapha ePitoli bahlala kule ndawo kuthiwa kusethembise engayazi. Ngangeke ngisokole.
And lastly, I would not have had any issues with getting my toiletry and clothes if I was in contact with my family members. I have my cousins who stay around in Pretoria, in Tembisa, in a place that is unknown to me. There was no way that I would struggle or not have the toiletries and the
Ngisho
clothes.
ubhuti ushoes lo wangithatha ekhaya wangifaka emsebenzini eRustenburg. Ngiyazi ukuthi wayezofika ke ngemoto angilethele impahla ukube mina ngangiphethe ifoni.
Even Brother Shoes, the one that got me a job, he would have come with his car to bring me clothes and also toiletries.
Yes. Can we, just before adjourn, Mr. Ntanzi, just remind you that when you comment on the evidence. You don't comment personally to anyone. You comment on the evidence that is before court.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, ngithanda ukuthi phela ngikhumbuze ukuthi ke uma mhlambe ke uphendula ke noma ke uthanda ukubeka ke ofuna ukukusho ke ngicela ukuthi ke uphendulele kufakazi lobo bekele khona ungakhombi umuntu ukhulume ngobufakazi lobu obekwe phambi kwakho uphendulele phezu kobufakazi lobu obekelwe khona phambi kwakho.
Mina phambi kwekhoti ngifundiswe ungibuza izinto ekaNtuli, uNtuli angimazi.
You are the one who taught me all this. You are asking me about Ntuli and I don't even know Ntuli.
Ungibuza izinto ekamaphisa, umaphisa mina angimazi.
You are asking me about Mapisa, things that relate to Mapisa, and Mapisa is unknown to me.
Ungibuza izinto ekamncube mina angimazi. Ngiqala ukumbona kulamacala bonke.
Yes.
You are also asking me about things relating to Ncube, who is also unknown to me. The first time that I saw him or her was here in court.
Yes. When you comment on the evidence that is before court.
Uma
On the-
uphendula nje phela kulo bufakazi lobu obubekelwe khona la enkantolo.
Nami ke ngiyacela phambi kwekhoti before ikhoti iguqe. Ungangibuzi ngezinto zomncube nomaphisa. Ungangibuza izinto zami nganami ugwabini.
Before we adjourn, I also have a request to you. Don't ask me about things that relates to Mapisa and other people. You can also ask me about things that relates to Gwabeni since he is my friend.
As a court, please, my lord, is it appropriate time to take the short agenda?
Yeah, fine. Yes, Mr. Voloy.
So could please, my lord.
Mnumzane Ntanzi sisengaphansi kwesikhwama.
Yebo, Nkosi.
Mr. Ntanzi, just before the short adjournment, you wanted proof that you were transferred to Brooklyn Police Station.
Mnumzane Ntanzi angithi uyacela ukuthi bakhombise ubufakazi bokuthi wena wasuswa ke-Brooklyn Police Station. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, we are going to take you through Exhibit SS. These are extracts of the occurrence book from Pretoria Police Station.
Sizokuthatha manje sokuse ku-exhibit XSS angithi okuyizinto ke ezabhalwa phansi lapha ku-occurrence book yalapha e-Pretoria North Police Station.
And we are sitting with the original occurrence book. It's written Pretoria Muot. We'll start with the 22nd of June 2020. We'll give this book to you for you to inspect it. It indicates that on the 22nd of June 2020, entry 1661 at 1500, it says, prisoner received Sergeant Mokhani from National Cold Case Unit of Pretoria, handed in one mail, Bongani Saniso Ntanzi, Puking CAS 118/6/2020, possession of unlicensed ammunition. And it says SAP 14/1086/2020, SAPS 14A/5094/7284, Bongani Ntanzi, without any visible injuries, confirmed. And it says handed correctly, and the signature of Sergeant Mokhani, as well as his cell phone number. I'll just mark those relevant pages. Then you state at Pretoria Muot. The next relevant entry was on the 24th of June 2020, entry 1826/1857 at 1320. It says investigation out. Sergeant Mokhani out with one mail from National Cold Case Investigation, Bongani Ntanzi, SAPS 14/108/6/2020, CAS 118/6/2020 without injuries and no complaint. And Sergeant Mokhani confirms that you are correctly received. This is the day when you are taken to Boksburg Magistrate Court. Then on the 24th of June 2020, at 1910, there's an entry 1826/1857. It says investigation back, Sergeant Mokhani back with one mail, Bongani Ntanzi, SAPS 14/108/6/2020, without any visible injuries, and it says back correctly. There's a signature of Sergeant Mokhani. This is when you return from the Boksburg Magistrate Court. Then the entry that we wish to refer you to for the 26th of June 2020 is entry 1983 at 15:45. It says, prisoner in transito, Detective Sergeant Mokhani, out with one male to Brooklyn SAPS. Let's say this is on the 26th of June 2020. At 15:45, there's an entry 1983 that says, prisoner in transito, Detective Sergeant Mokhani, out with one male to Brooklyn SAPS, National Cold Case Investigation Unit, Bongani Ntanzi, says SAPS 14/108/6/2020. And it says for Pukeng CAS 118/6/2020 without visible injuries. And there's a signature of Sergeant Mokhani, correctly received, as well as his cell phone number. Mark the relevant entries with a sticker and an asterisk.
Umshushisi manje bekubefunda ke kule entry book le yase Pretoria le echazayo ukuthi ke oqala iyachaza ukuthi ke mhla ka isiyachaza oqala ukuthi ke yena ke uSergeant Mokhani uye wazake naye umsola kokubongani esandisiwe Ntanzi kule cast le yase ePhukeng kumuntu kotholakala ke ngenhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni yabhala futhi nokuthi ke uma ke bembona ke uNtanzi ubenganakho ke ukulimala ke kubonakalayo emzimbeni wakhe. Okwesibili ke ikhombisa futhi ke manje entry nge-24 zika June ngo-2020.
Where is the sticker?
The first one, that's what I live now. Yeah, it was like the second one. Ikhombise futhi ke nyanga nge-24 zika June ngo-2020 isikhathi ke ku-13:20 lapho ke uSergeant Mokhani waphuma futhi ke naye umuntu wesilisa ke umuntu wesilisa ke ubongani Ntanzi case number yale case le 1186/2020 naye futhi lapho ke naye uNtanzi umakhisha lapho benganako ukulimala okubonakala futhi ke yangana nama complaint ke losuku lona lolu ke 24 zika June losuku lolu ke wayeswa ngalo ke Boksburg eyesithathu 24 June ngo-2020 isikhathi ke ku-1910 i-case number ku-1826/1857 futhi yena ke uSergeant Mohane waphinde futhi ke wabuya ke naye ke umsola ke ubongani intanzi enganako ukulimala ke ukubonakalayo esuka kuphi ke ngalosuku lolo esuka futhi ke eBoksburg. Lesifuna ukuthi ibheke ke manje kakhulukazi leyo yokugcina ile yange 26 zika June ke ikhasi number u19883 isikhathi ke ku15:45 lapho ikhombisa khona uSergeant Mohane naye ke ephuma ke naye umsola ke lo nge20 ka June ke beya kuphi ku Brooklyn Police Station ikhasi number nayo ku19883/6/2020 futhi nalapho usuku lolo umhlalo ka26 ke enganako ke ukulimala ukubonakala emzimbeni wakhe
iyo leyo yokugcina
yokugcina yes.
Inkosi enkantolo ngicela ukuphendula ngale yokugcina.
My Lord, I would like to respond to the last entry on the occurrence book.
Yes.
Inkosi enkantolo okukhomba khona ukuthi lento le bayasibhalela basibhalela bona lo lapha ngize ngiya kule police station thi angiyazi igama layo ngikhishwe umabhena nenye intombazane nongqamana.
Lady, my Lord, just to show that this occurrence book, they just write whatever they want to write there, because I was booked out by Mabena and a certain lady and Ngamane to this police station that I indicated that I did not know.
Behamba ngekhumbi lemoto ngathi ikhumbi evuleka ngapha nangapha yakwa W.
And they were using a kumbi, my Lord. It opens on both sides. It's a yakuphi VW.
Le evuleka ivalo ngapha nangapha lezama zakwa W.
Yes, it opens on both sides, my Lord, from the VW.
Ngalelo langa lakaze ngibona umkhane ngakulo police station le Nkosi enkantolo. Umkhane uze wangikhipha kulo police station. Kulesi sikhathi ngaloma ngihambisa everele yana noma ngihambisa kuphi.
On this particular day, my Lord, I did not see Mohane at that police station. The only time that I saw Mohane was when he was taking me at to Valeria or another police station.
Nongqamana ngangamazi ukuthi ungqamana ngoba igama lakhe ngize ngalazi move. Umuntu akasengimazi umabhena sikhathi bezongikhipha police station bengisa kulo police station bengalazi igama lakhe.
And Ngamane, I did not know him at that time. I only knew his name after. The only person that I knew was my Bena when they came to take me from this particular police station.
Okwesibili futhi ngiyabonga le bhuku le mayibhale inombolo kaMkhana ngoba lapha ecourt kuthiwa kimi kwafonela uGeninda ezongivisita ngingakho bengibuza ecourt iphi number kaGeninda ngoba inumber yepolice iyasala nathi number kaMkhana ikhona.
And I am glad that in this occurrence book it shows Ngamane's number, which is written down. Sorry, my apologies, my Lord. Mohane's number, which is written on this occurrence book, whilst it was said in court that Geninda is the one that was called. I'm just glad that his number was here, because I did also mention before the court that the police officer who books you in, his number will be recorded on the book.
Manje number kaGeninda ayikho kuzo zonke indaba engibhukwa khona khoneka kaMkhana mara uthu Geninda wafonela e-police station efuna ukuthi bese police station.
And in all the police stations that I was booked in, the only number that appears is Mohane's number. However, it was said that Geninda was called from the police stations.
Phinde nalapho futhi ngiyamana makuthoma ngakhishwa ngomkhana lapha ngakhishwa umabhena ngiya kule police station ngakhishwa umabhena abana le ntombazana ngangazi igama layo nongqamana engcile ngimazi ukuthi ungqamana.
I'm also surprised to hear that Mohane is the one that booked me out from this particular police station, because in my knowledge it was Mabena and this other lady that I did refer that I did not know her, and also Ngamane.
Are you referring to that entry of the 26th of June 2020?
Ukhuluma ke ngale entry ke 26 ka June 2020.
Ngikhuluma ngayo lapha
Yes.
engihamba khona ngakule police station ngangalazi igama layo.
Yes, I am referring to that entry, and I did also mention that I was taken to a police station that I did not know its name.
Were you transported by the late Sergeant Mabena, the unknown lady, and Ngamani to that police station that you say you don't know?
Uthi ke kule police station le uthi uye waye kuyongayazi wahamba ke nomabhena nalo sisilotha wamazi noNgamani.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm
Hayi
saying.
uMhani.
Not Mohane.
Yes, but do you agree, Mr. Ntanzi, that there would have been nothing wrong in Sergeant Mohane signing out for you and then handing you over to Sergeant Mabena, the unknown lady, and money to transport you to the police station that you say you don't know?
Mnumzane Ntanzi uyazi ukuthi bengekho into wrong ukuthi uSergeant Mogane ke akunikezele kulabo abathathu abakhulumile ukuthi bakuse kule police station leyo bothi awuyazi sikhuluma ngaye uMabhena nalo sisi lo ukuthi awumazi noNcamane.
Ngimi phambi kwenkosi enkantolo ko wrong ngizomtshela izathu ukuthini ngimphendula ngalendlela.
According to me, as I'm standing before the court, I'm saying it is wrong, and I can also further tell you the reasons why I'm saying that it is not correct.
Yes.
Number 1, utshena icourt wena ngencwadi lezo ukuthi akukho lapho sibhale khona ukuthi siyashawa. Masitshena icourt thina ukuthi besingaboni lapho kubhala khona futhi besingaboni amaphoyisa ase-police station kwangathi ecourt siqamba amanga.
Firstly, you had mentioned before the court that we did not mention to the court that we assaulted, and we responded by saying that we did not see a space or a place where we needed to record that we assaulted. Wathini futhi?
Ngathi akubhali ukuthi besishayiwe vele bengeke bekubhala ngoba kubhala bona.
And like they did not write that we are assaulted, and yes indeed they would not have written that because they are the ones who must jot that down.
Ngize ngakhuluma ngamphambi kwakho ngathi mina lokhu ngaqala ukuboshwa ngihamba ama-police station i-reception abokuthiwa khona kubhalwa khona incwadi lezi angazi ukuthi ibhalwa kuphi
And
akaze ngibona.
I also refer to myself that in all the police stations that I was taken to, I've never gone to a reception where they write these books.
Yingakho ngiphendula ngithi ku-wrong ngoba mina lapha e-police station le oyishoyo ngihanjiswe uMabhena nalaba engibashoyo angilokhuzwanga ngomhana.
That is why I'm saying that in this particular police station, I was taken there by Mabena Mogane and this particular other lady, not Mr. Mogane.
Yingakho nje e-police station niyazenzela nenza into eniyithandayo bayangena bayibhalela baphuma bayahamba bakhelele eseleni.
That is why I'm saying at the police station, they do as they please. They just come in and write whatever they want to write and then keep us inside the cells.
Yingakho nje bengilokhu ngitshela ummeli wami ukuthi ngifuna i-police station le engahamba kuyo ngingayazi igama lakho ngifuna ukubona ukuthi kubhala ukuthi ngakhishwa ubani ngahanjiswa ubani nange manje kubhala uma ulokhuza umhani azange ngihanjiswe ngumhani mina ngahanjiswa uMabhena.
That is why I had requested from my attorney that I want to see the records of the police station that I had mentioned before that I did not know the police station, and I also wanted to see exactly who took me to that police station, and indeed I see today in this occurrence book that it records that Mogane is the one that took me there.
And your evidence is that you did not see Sergeant Mogane on that day, the 26th of June 2020.
Ufakazi bakho uthi wena ke mhla ka 26 June ngo2020 awuzange uzumbone umzana Mogane.
Mawuthi leli langa engihambe ngalo ngaye e-police station lena engicele court ukuthi ngicela ungibonise wona azange ngibone umhana ngabona uMabhena nosisi lo ehamba noMabhena noNcamane lo ngigcine ngazi ukuthi uNcamane ngangingamazi before ukuthi uNcamane.
Yes, if we are talking about the same thing about me being taken to this police station that I had already indicated that I did not know. On that particular day, the only people that I saw was Mabhena, Ncamane, and this particular other lady.
Now, where is this police station that you say you don't know?
Ikuphi le police station le uthi awuyazi?
ePretoria ngiyazi.
I'm not familiar with Pretoria, my lord.
Was it near the University of Pretoria?
Ibiseduze nenyuvesi yasePretoria?
Nenyuvesi angiyazi.
I don't even know the University of Pretoria.
Thank you. Can we then
Mina lapha ecourt ngiyathemba ngikhuluma ngama-police station ayi-4 lapha ePretoria ngihlala ngathi S5 le yaseJimmiston.
Here in court, I mentioned 4 police stations where I was detained and mentioned the 5th one to be Jimmiston police station.
Okay. Do you still wish to comment? Can we move then to a different topic?
Usafuna ukuqhubeka mhlawumbe uphendule ukuthini noma singaqhubekela phambili?
No, mina i-answer ngiyiphendulile phambi kwecourt.
I have given you the answer.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, can we now move to the heart of the issues in this matter, namely your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014?
Mnumzane Ntanzi, singaqhubekela phambili manje ke sikhulume ngodaba lolushisayo ikakhulukazi ukuthi ke wena ubukuphi ke ngalo suku lo lokhulunywa ngalo la enkantolo mhla ka 26 October ngo2020.
2014.
Oh sorry, 2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
And the appropriate place to start is to refer to the proposition by your counsel when he was cross-examining Mr. Mulder on the 23rd of October 2023 at page 59. At line 10, Mr. Ramsepeli. Now, regarding his absence on Sunday, you'll recall that Mr. Mulder is the HR manager at Sibanye Stillwater.
Usakhumbula ukuthi uMiss Melda ke usebenza lapha ke HR lapha kwiSibanye Stillwater.
Mina ngichazile ukuthi mina bengingasho lapha phambi kwekhoti ukuthi lo mlungu lo ongene ecourt bengingamazi. Mina bengazi omunye umlungu abathi uValdo owefaka ibuku lona bengingamazi. Nasecourt ngachaza masifike eCartonville singene officeini lapha ngabatshela ngathi hayi lo mlungu lo angimazi engimazi yakusuye.
My lord, I did mention before the court that this particular witness was unknown to me. The person that I knew working at the HR was Valdo. He or she wore glasses.
Yes, but Mr. Mulder is the HR manager.
Uyasho ukuthi ke uMelda ke umanager ke wayo ke leyo HR department.
Because enkantolo ngisho ukuthi asi manager.
I'd never mentioned that he was not a manager.
Bengiphendula lokho bukusho ukuthi uyi-HR ngithi mina u-HR yayingiphethe angithi apha emayini nama-section ekuthiwa section 63 65 60 bani i-HR yayingiphethe mina kusuye lo.
I never mentioned that Mr. Melda was never an HR manager. What I was just responding to your question, but there at the mines there are different sections or departments. So we have section 63, 65 and so on. So I was just mentioning this HR that I was under.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, you'll recall that the evidence before this court is that on the 18th of June 2020, you accompanied Sergeant Mohani and Sergeant Mabena to Stillwater in Carltonville.
Usakhumbula mnumzana ukuthi ke khona ufakazi wabeka la.
Driefontein in Carltonville. Sibanye Gold, Stillwater in Driefontein, Carltonville.
Usakhumbula ke ukuthi ufakazi obathola enkantolo ukuthi nge-18 zika June 2020 wena noMohane futhi noMabena nonke nasuka ke naye lapha ku Stillwater eSibiya Gold eCarltonville.
Sibanye Gold, Stillwater in Carltonville.
Sibanye Gold, Stillwater eCarltonville.
Yebo nkosi enkantolo seyile.
Yes, we did go there.
You testify that you went to shaft number 8, which is known as Komelela or something to that effect.
Usakhumbula futhi ke
Komanani.
Usakhumbula ukuthi ke futhi ke naya ke ku shaft number 8 ebizwa ukuthi Khomanani.
Yebo nkosi enkantolo lapho bengisebenza khona.
Yes, that is where I was working.
And it's on the western side of the mine, is that correct? The mine premises.
Kunjalo ukuthi le Khomanani ngengapha ngako west lapha kule mine yeni.
Yebo kusewest.
Yes.
And your clocking history was then retrieved, is that correct?
Ukungena kwakho nokuphuma kwakho ke lo bufakazi lobuye batholakala kunjalo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. Now, just to come back to the proposition that was made by your counsel, Mr. Ramosipeli, on the 10th of September 2023 at page 59. This is now regarding your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014 at line 10. He says, now regarding his absence on Sunday, the 26th of October 2014, my instructions are that according to his contract, he was not working Sundays.
Masiye
It was a non-working day for him, so there will be no reason for him to clock on duty on the 26th of October 2014. And he was then asked what is his comment, and Mr. Meldal responded, that will be correct. I'll just give you the page just now.
manje ke sibiyela kulofakazi obabekwa la enkantolo ke mhla ka 10 September 2023 ku page 59. Ngale nkathi umzane Ramusipili ke ekhuluma ke sikuthola lokho ke ku line number 10. Ngale nkathi ke ekhuluma ukuthi ke ngokuthi bikhona ke kungekho lapho khomba khona ukuthi ke ungene nini waphuma nini mhla ka 26 October 2014. Uthi Ramusipili ke ngokwazi kwami noma ngokutshela kwami ke uyena ke umsola ukuthi ke ngokuya ngecontract yakhe yasemsebenzini ithi ke yena akasebenzi ke ngesonto. Wase ebuzwa ke wathi ke wabuza ukuthi Mr. yena uMelden uthini wathi yebo kunjani.
Yeah, uqinisile angisebenzi ngesonto.
Yes, that is correct. I don't work on Sundays.
Ngesonto ngisebenza mangithanda noma ngibhalisile ukungena ngesonto.
On Sunday, I work if I want to work, if I indicated that I will want to work on a Sunday. That is the only time that I can work.
Then Mr. Mulder further testified as follows on page 54 on the 10th of October 2023 at line 11. Maybe we'll start at line 2. Mr. Mulder says, leave of absence was approved for you from the 27th to the 31st of October for those 5 consecutive days.
Uba ke sesiqhubeka futhi ke ngalofakazi lobo ke uba khona ke mhla ka 10 October ngo2023 sithola ke ku line ke number 11 ke uthi Miss yena uMulder ukuthi ke wena ke wafaka i-leave ke nenkampani eyayivuma i-leave wayifaka eqala mhla ka 27 October kuze kube i31 ka October ke kwamasuku kamahlanu kwinsuku ezinhlanu.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngisacela ungitshele lo leave le ngi-apply leni ngoba phela ine date yakho no apply.
And I'll also like you to tell me exactly when that leave was applied for, because there should be a date indicated when the leave was applied.
Now, according to the proposition by Mr. Ramusipili to Mr. Mulder on page 57 of the proceedings of the 10th of October 2023, he says accused 2 applied for that leave way back on the 14th of July 2014.
Ngokuya ke ngubeka kwami kamnjani Ramusipili ke ummeli wakho ke ngofakazi lo bange 10 ka October ngo2023 uthi ke uRamusipili la inkantolo ke umsola lo wesibili ke oyena uNtanzi ke wafaka leyo leave le mhla nge14 zika July ngo2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. Right. Now, Mr. Mulder further testified that, and we go back to page 54 of the proceedings of 10 October 2023, line 11. He says, according to, and he says, apologies, Your Lordship, according to the clocking history, the last whereabouts can be confirmed on the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 when there was an outclocking at the hostel access point.
Outlooking.
Yes, it is the page 54. Page 54. Line 11.
Okay, manje masibheka la page 54 uline 11 lapho ubufakazi bokuthula yena uMr Mnumzane Mulder uyasho ukuthi ke ngokuya ngowathi ngiyaxolisa ngosenkantolo ngokuya ke ngokungena nokuphuma ke ihistory yakhona ukwazeka kwakhe ukuzibeka kuphi kokugcina ungatholakala confirm ke mhla ka 25 October ngo2014 at 3 minutes to 7 ngalenkathi bekune outclocking lapha ihostel ku access point.
Kusenkantolo bangihlala khona ehostel bengahlala ngaphandle.
My lord, I was residing inside the hostel. I was not staying outside the hostel.
Eyaphezulu komgodi eneshaft nearby kune gate ifela ngixoxe nakhona ngiphume ngene ebhasini.
And at the shafting gate underground, there's a gate. I need to clock for me to go and proceed to the gate, to the
Yes.
bus, sorry.
Yes, but the evidence is that your last whereabouts can be confirmed on the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 when there was an outlocking at the hostel access point.
Ukugcinakala ukwazeka ukuthi wena ukuphi wena kugcinakala nge-25 zika October ngo-2014 ngo-3 minutes past 7 ngo-3 minutes to 7 ngalenkathi lapha ehostel bekune outclocking.
Ngicela ukubuza la. I25 zazi ngolesihlanu noma ngomgqibelo.
Can I ask a question? This 25th falls on the Friday or on a Saturday?
It's on record that it was on a Friday. Sorry, on a Saturday.
Kukhona ama-recording ukuthi u-25 zika October bezinye Friday.
Okay.
Saturday.
I mean Saturday, sorry Mzansi Ntanzi.
Ngomgqibelo.
Ngomgqibelo yebo.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mulder then testified as follows on page 52, if you can just turn to page 52. Line 13 in the middle. It's almost in the middle of the page, Mr. Mulder. Then, Your Lordship, the last clocking, then on the outclocking for the 25th of October 2014, indicates an access clocking at the hostel, which was 3 minutes to 7 in the morning. And according to my observation, there is no further clocking, Your Lordship, for the 28th. And he said, 27th, sorry. It says the 26, 27, 28, 29, 30th, 31st of October, or the 1st of November. The first clocking again registered on our locking system indicates the 2nd of November at 1 minute past 9 p.m. and it was again an access clocking at the hostel.
Aqhubeka futhi yena umzane eMelden yasho ukuthi inkosi enkantolo ke ugcina kwakhe ke ukuclocka ke subona ithina ngo-25 za October ngo-2014 lapha khathi kune access clocking lapha ehostel isikhathi sakhona beku 3 minutes to 7 ekseni and ngokuya ngokubona kwami akho lapho khoba khona futhi ungena futhi nokuphuma ngona nkosi enkantolo mhla ka 28 nange 27 athi sorry ngiyaxosa nkosi enkantolo mhla ka 26 27 28 29 30 nange 31 zika October noma ke i1 zika November kuye kwabonakala futhi ke ukclocka noma ukuretire ukclocka kwakhe futhi nini nge2 zika November isikhathi futhi beku 1 minute past 9 p.m. ngalenkathi futhi nabo kune access clocking khona lapha ehostel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have any comment?
Khona mhlawumbe ufuna ukusho kuloko sikufundele ka Mnumzane Mulder.
Cho angithi yena mayekhuluma nenkulumo wayephethe iphepha lela eliphethe lamalanga lana wami.
No, because when he was giving this evidence, it seemed like he had a document that shows my days.
Yes. If we can just go back to the proposition by your counsel at page 59, still on the 10th of October 2023.
Masiphinde futhi sibuyele futhi emuva ke lapha page number 59 usuku sase yizi 10 ka-October ngo-2023 lokho kwabeka ummeli wakho la enkantolo ngalolo suku.
Mr. Ramusepeli, and further, he puts it to Mr. Mulder, and further, the non-clockings for the 27th to the 1st of November, and he says, yes, 21st, then he says the 27th of October, 2014, to the 1st of November, my instructions are that he would not clock at that period because he was on leave.
Umzana Ramusipili ke uyasho ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke masiqhubekela futhi phambili ke uma sibheka ke lapha ungakhombi lapha ke ayatloka khona mhla ka27 kuzofika i1 zika November yebo i21 mhla ka27 October ngo2014 ukuya ku1 zika November ngo2014 mina ngazisintshalo ukuthi ke ube ngekazatloke ngalekhathi leso ngoba ube ngekho emsebenzini ke bese leaving.
Yeah, bangithi iphepha likhona le leave lapha phambi kwecourt.
Yes, that is correct. You have the leave document before the court.
Angithi nina abashushisi noGininda nitshena icourt ukuthi nangangaziwa ngangazi ukuthi ngikuphi eKapaneni.
You and Mr. you prosecutors and Mr. Gininda told the court that you did not know the company did not know my whereabouts.
So just remember what we told you, that when you give evidence, you comment on the evidence and you address the court. You don't address the state personally.
Solo ukukhumbula ukuthi ke uma ke mhlambe ke khona ufuna ukuphendula kulokube khona ke uphendula kulobufakazi okhona ukhombi umbuso ukuthi ke wena bani uphendula ngalobufakazi lobo okhona la enkantolo obekelwa futhi bona ukuthi ke kwathiwani.
Mina lapha ecourt kufanele ngiphendula ngani ngoba ngibe kuthiwa ngizosiphendulela angithi yena ukhetha lezi zinto azikhethayo ebese ngathi ebese icourt ifocus ibuka lento le eyibuka ingafele nami icourt ngendlalele ngokwami ukuthi cha Nkosi enkantolo ngoba kubhalwe kanje kuyikuthi bona babethe phambi kwecourt mina ngangingaziwe enkampanini ukuthi ngikuphi.
I am here to also defend or respond on my case, because now you are also coming before the court and mentioning some things, and the court would look at what is written here and then conclude on here. So I'm here to also elaborate on the reasons why I'm saying what I'm saying, since you had also even said that my whereabouts were unknown.
Yes.
So I had to shed light to the court on
Yes.
what was happening.
Yes, those are the ground rules. You comment on the evidence and you address the court.
Yebo ke wena uphendula phala kulofakazi obekiwe ungakhombi umuntu uphendula kulofakazi nje obekiwe la enkantolo.
Now, Mr. Ramusipili further says, my instructions are that he would not clock at that period because he was on leave. That we know was approved, but he was also at home in KwaZulu-Natal.
Umzana Ramusipili uthi ke yena wazisiwe ukuthi ke yena ke ube ngekazatloke emsebenzini ngalesikhathi leso ke lama data abekiwe ngoba ubuse living.
And he says, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Futhi ke leave yakhe futhi nasensebenzini bayavuma futhi phezukwa lokho futhi wazisiwe ukuthi ke yena ke untanzi ke ube sekhaya KwaZulu-Natal.
And I just want to finish the proposition before you comment. He says, hence there was no clocking history during that time period. Do you have any comment on that? Then Mr. Mulder, yes, Your Lordship. So I can confirm, and he continues on page 60, I can confirm that because of his absence, he would not have any clocking, but I cannot confirm his whereabouts, unfortunately.
Wathi ke Mr. Melder ukuthi ke okay ngani ngathi Ramusipili embuzo emtshela ukuthi ke ubungeke uzutloke ngoba wena ubuselifini futhi okwesibili wazisiwe Ramusipili wona ubukuphi ubusekhaya ke ingakho ke kungekho ke umlando okhombisayo ukuthi ke uhlokile noma uhloka ngoba ubungekho emsebenzini wathi ke unempendulo lokona wathi yebo nginayimpendulo bana Nkosi enkantolo futhi yebo nami ngisho ukuthi ngempela ke akwenzeki ukuthi ke mhlambe ke angatloka ke engekho emsebenzini kodwa angikwazi ukuthi nami ngisho ngithi ke ngempela ngalesikhathi la lesi nikhuluma ngaso ke kube kuphi.
Uqinisile umlungu.
Yes. It's correct.
Futhi noba uRamsipili umbuzo into okuyiyona yona.
And Mr. Ramsipil asked him a valid question.
Ingakho mina ngitshela ubaba uRamsipili mangingekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisekhaya necourt ngiphinda ngayitshela kanjani mangingekho emsebenzini eKatolville ngisekhaya.
And I did give Mr. Ramsipil instruction that if I'm not at work, I'm at home. And even in the court, I did also mention that if I'm not at work in Carltonville, I'm at home.
Yes, but sir, it's a fairly straightforward matter. On the 27th of October 2014, you were not working. It has got nothing to do whether you were if you're not at work, you're at home. On the 27th of October 2014, it was a non-working day for you. Is that correct?
Mnumzane Ntanzi kunjalo ukuthi ke umhla ka 27 October ngo 2017 kulanga lakho ungasebenzi.
I'm sorry, 26 October. Sorry.
Siyaxolisa kuloko ke kunjalo ukuthi umhla ka 26 October 2014 ke bekuyilanga lelo ungasebenzi ngalo lelo 26 October.
Nesota ngisebenza.
I don't work on Sundays.
Yes. You left the premises, the hostel, on the 25th of October.
Uye waphuma lapha hostel mhla ka 25 October.
Hostel ayiphi yona? Cicicela iKatoli hostel yase East Driefontein hostel yakuphi?
Which hostel are you talking about? Can't you explain to the court the West Drift hostel or which hostel are you referring to?
Yes, we'll get to your clocking history, but we have taken you through the evidence of Mr. Mulder, as appears on page 54 on the 10th of October 2023, and we read it out to you that he testified that according to the clocking history, the last whereabouts can be confirmed on the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 when there was an outclocking at the hostel access point. What is that you don't understand?
Uthi ke ngokuya ngofakazi ke bekamnjani Mr. Mulder ngalenkathi ethula ufakazi ke uthi Mr. Mulder ke ukungena kwakho nokuphuma kwakho ke ugcina abanakho ke onge 25 zika October ngo 2014 isikhathi ku 3 minutes to 7. Yini into ongayizwisisi lapho?
Mina ngifuna ibiza igama le hostel. Mina ngithi lapha hostel ngikhuluma ngehostel eBasotho Infosoras. Lapha engangingekho khona buza igama le hostel kuze inkosi eKatoli izoba nesithombe ukuthi ukhuluma ngayiphi hostel.
Yes, I do get what you are saying, but my request is for you to mention the hostel that you are talking about, because we have spoken about the Basotho's hostel, so I just want you to mention the hostel so that the court will also have a picture of the hostel we are talking about.
Sir, we have all the time be talking about one hostel, and the fact we've been referring to the evidence of Mr. Mulder that you left the hostel on the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 when you clock out of the hostel access point.
Sikhuluma ke ngehostel eyodwa kwamanje sinesikhathi esiningi sophinde sikhulume futhi ngokunye sikhuluma ngehostel eyodwa kwamanje ngalenkathi umnumzane Mulder ke thula ufakazi ukuthi ke wena ke uyophuma ihostel mhla ka 25 October ngo 2014 isikhathi ke ku 3 minutes to 7.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes my lord.
Ihostel igama lakho senkantolo iMasizakhele.
The name of the hostel my lord is Masizakhele.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, when you were giving your evidence in chief, did you at all testify about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014?
Mnumzane Ntanzi ngalenkathi ke soqala wena ukuthula ubufakazi bakho la enkantolo usitshela ke okwenzekile ke uthi umshushisi ke uke wa mhlambe ngalenkathi thula ubufakazi ke uye wakhuluma ukuthi ke ubukuphi mhla ka 26 October ngo 2014.
Ngiyethemba ngiphendulile phambi kwekoti lo phambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
I believe I've given a response to that before the court,
Ngoba mina ngishilo phambi kokuthi mangingekho emsebenzini kusuke ngisekhaya.
because I did mention before the court that if I'm not at work, I'm at home.
Ngathi futhi mangingekho ekhaya kungamasonto amalanga engoma.
And I also mentioned that if I'm not at home and it's a Sunday, I'm attending the traditional Zulu dance.
But sir, on the 26th of October 2014, you were not at work. It's a non-working day, is that correct?
Kodwa ke umhla ka 26 October ngo 2014 ubungekho emsebenzini usuku ungasebenzi ngalo lolo.
Angase ngiphendula amahlandla amangaka lapha phambi kwenkosi ngithi yebo ngesonto akusetshenzwe.
I don't know how many times I've responded to these questions and I said yes, I don't work on Sundays.
Now, why do you keep on saying if I'm not at work? Because you were not at work on the day, on the 26th of October 2014.
Manje kungani lokume kuloko ukuthi uma ngingekho emsebenzini ngoba vele ubungekho emsebenzini ngomhla ka 26 October ngo 2014.
Masibuka la kuthiwa hostel ngiphume ngobani ngomgqibela ngithi ekseni ngo3.
If we look at this document, it is saying that I left the hostel on a Saturday in the morning around 3.
No, that is not what we have put to you as the evidence of Mr. Melder. It says on the 25th of October 2014, at 3 minutes to 7, there was an outlooking at the hostel access point, not at 3.
Uyaza ke mnumzane cha lento esho akusiyona ngazange sithi ke ngalikhathi osibekayo wena. Sithe mhla ka 25 October ngo 2014 ngo 3 minutes to 7.
Yes.
Yes.
Ngiyavuma.
I agree.
Yes. So it wasn't at 3 as you've just said now.
Bekungasingo 3, bekungasikhathi bengaso 3 njengoba uqeda ukusho manje ukuthi ngo 3.
Now,
Okay.
Mr. Ntanzi, just to get back to the original question, in your evidence in chief, when you were being led by Mr. Ramusipili, did you testify about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014?
Mnumzane Ntanzi masiphinde sibuyele futhi emuva efakazini bakho mawaqala uthula ufakazi la enkantolo ngale nkathi uMr Ramsipili ke eloke kubuza ke imibuzo ke ngale nkathi ke uloku ubeka ufakazi wakho la enkantolo ke uye wabeka la enkantolo ukuthi ubukuphi noma uyathula ufakazi ukuthi ubukuphi mhla ka 26 October ngo 2014.
Azange etshene court ukuthi ngikuphi.
No, I did not tell the court of my whereabouts on the 26th of October.
Impendulo yami kuba uRamsipili yathi uma ngingekho eGoli usuke ngisekhaya mangingekho ngapha eCatholville usuke ngisekhaya ngoba angisiyo umuntu ohamba iGoli.
My response to Mr. Ramusipilo was that if I'm not at work, I'm at home, since I'm not somebody who going around Gauteng.
But sir, this goes to the heart of the matter in this instance. The incident happened on the 26th of October 2014, and you don't testify about that in your evidence in chief.
Mnumzane lokhu kubaluleke kakhulu ngoba ke isehlakalo lesi ke esikhuluma ngaso ke senzeka mhla ka 26 October ngo 2014 kodwa wena ke uma sothula ufakazi bakho ke awukhulumi ngalosuku lolu ke u26 October 2014 ukuthi wena ubukuphi.
Because enkantolo angeke ngikhulume nge26 mina ngoba number 1 angibulalanga uSenzo.
My lord, I could not talk about the 26th of October because number 1, I did not kill Senzo.
And okwesibili mina ngichazile phambi kwenkosi enkantolo ngathi uma ngikuthi angikho eGoli ngenze ukuthi ngangisekhaya.
And secondly, I did mention to the court that if I was not at Gauteng, I would be at home.
But the evidence of Constable Zungu implicates you that on the 26th October 2014, you were at Basotho Hostel with the other accused, and the full extent of his evidence has been covered by counsel. So this case turns on your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014.
Kodwa ke uma sibheka ubufakazi ke obathula ke umnumzane iZungu naye lo wathula la enkantolo ke ngesahlakalo sange 26 ka-October ke uthi ke mhla ka-26 October 2014 wena nabanye kabasola ke benisebasuthu hostel ngalolu suku lolo.
Nkosi enkantolo akulona iqiniso lelo.
That is not correct, my lord.
Number 1 mina uZungu angimazi mshushisi.
Number one, and Zungu is unknown to me.
uZungu ngiqala ukumbona mengena ngalomnyango engena lapha eboxini.
The first time I saw him was when he entered this courtroom and took a stand in the court.
Nabasola labokhuluma ngabo mina ngibazi 3 4 5.
Even the co-accused you are mentioning are known to me, referring to accused number 3, 4, and 5.
Mina kube ngangikhona hostel kulo hostel esho uGwabini wayengakayifihlela icourt ukuthi ngangikhona. uGwabini utshene hostel athi mina hostel angiyazi eqinisile ukuthi hostel angiyazi.
If indeed I was at that hostel, Gwabeni would have mentioned that to the court, but he mentioned that I was not in the hostel and I don't even know that hostel.
Ngisho uMakhosi kungena watshena icourt wathi mina kangazi uqala ukungibona eRustenburg ukungibona kwakhe.
Makhosonke also mentioned to the court that he does not know me. The first time that he saw me was in Rustenburg.
Manje umuntu ohlala khona Nkosi enkantolo eFosorus umngani wami ngingazi ngisho indle yakhe ngingazi nalo hostel. Bese uzoqhamuka umuntu engingamazi ethi mina ngangihleli naye hostel. Akulona iqiniso le.
Somebody who is my friend and who stays at that particular place never mentioned the effect of me being there, but somebody who does not stay with him comes to the court and say I was in that hostel.
Sorry.
It's surprising, my lord.
Sorry. But sir, your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014 are crucial.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, ukuthi ubokuphi mhla ka-26 October ngo-2014 kubaluleke kakhulu.
Do you agree?
Uyavumela lokho?
Mazothi ngiyavuma ngisho angazi uthini phambi kwecourt.
When you say do I agree, I don't know what you're talking about before the court.
We have put the proposition to you that the evidence of Constable Zungu is that on the 26th of October 2014, he saw you at Basuti Hostel and he's explained in detail under what circumstances. Now, we are saying to you, do you agree that your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014 is crucial?
Sikubekele ke ufakazi bukaZungu esho la inkantolo ukuthi ke mhla ka-26 October ngo-2014 uye wakubona lapha eBasuthu Hostel.
Nkosi enkantolo akulona iqiniso lelo.
That is not correct. Okwesibili ukuthi ke uyazi ukuthi ubufakazi bakho ke ubokuthi ubukuphi mhla ka-26 October ngo-2014 ubaluleke kakhulu la inkantolo.
Lokho kubalekile ukuthi ngingekho mina ngithi mangingekho la eGauteng ngisekhaya.
Yes, I did mention that if I'm not in Gauteng, I'm at home.
And you then come and give your evidence in chief, very detailed over several days, but you don't testify about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014, except just for the denials that you are not at Basuto Hostel.
Futhi ke uye wafika la enkantolo wathola ufakazi ke wabundlala ufakazi bakhe enkantolo izinto ezenzakele ngezinye insuku ukuthi bekwenzakaleni kodwa ke awukhulumi ke mhla uthi nge-26 ka-October 2014 ubukuphi ngaphandle ukuthi wena awazi ukuphika nje ukuthi kwenzakala mhla ka-26 October.
Mina ngiyathemba lapha ngangitshela ngummeli wami yena wayengilida ngangiphendula izinto angibuza zona.
My attorney was the one that was leading me on that particular day and I was only responding to the questions that are put to me.
Ngiphinde phambi kwecourt mina Nkosi enkantolo angizange ngibulala uSenzo. Angimane ukuthi washonela kuziphi inkalo.
And again, my lord, I just want to place on record that I did not unalive Senzo and I don't even know where he was killed.
Uma ngingekho eGoli Nkosi enkantolo ngisekhaya.
If I'm not in Gauteng, I'm at home, my lord.
Njengamanje la phambi kwecourt kuthiwa amalanga mina ngiqaleni ngwa-apply nini ngoJune. Sonke isikhathi lesi July, August, September ngi-apply ukubulala umuntu.
And here in court, there's evidence that shows that I applied for my leave days in June. So are you saying that all these other times, July, August, September, I was planning to go and unalive somebody?
Yes. Yes, such an undertaking would require a detailed planning, advanced planning.
Yebo ke isenzo lesifana lesi ke sofuna ukuthi umuntu ahlale phansi ngempela a plan kahle lokho afuna ukukwenza.
Cha ukhuluma leqiniso.
You're not telling the truth.
Yes.
Wena ofela utshene ukuthi usenzo wabulawa ubani kahle kahle sengubonile. Uwofa utshene ngaphambi kokuthi usenzo wabulawa ubani.
Actually, you are the one who's supposed to tell me who unlived Senzo.
Yes. You see, the very first time that you testified about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014 was when Advocate Numalo asked you as to where you were on the 26th of October 2014.
Isikhathi sokuqala nqa ngale nkathi ke sositshela ukuthi ke ubukuphi mhla ka26 October ngo2014 ile nkathi ke lo advocate Nxumalo kuyena ke kubuza ke ukuthi ke ubukuphi ke ngalelo suku.
Yes, angithi ngiphendula imibuzo lesukubhekene nami.
Yes, it's because I was responding to the questions that were directed to me.
Manje phambi kwecourt wena utshela mina uthi uNxumalo wayengibuza. uRamsipila usho ukuthi wayengibuza ukuthi angeke kuphi nge26. Lezi zinto ezabona manje ayifani.
Now, what you are saying before the court are two different things. You are now telling me that Nxumalo was asking me the question, but you never said the same about Ramusipile.
Yes, but you yourself testified that you did not testify about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014.
Kodwa nawe ke la inkantolo ushilo ukuthi awuzange usho lutho ngokuthi ke ubukuphi mhla ka26 October ngo2014.
Ngangeke mina ngitshene icourt ngoba mina angisisike mina ngiyasebenza imayini.
I will not have mentioned that before the court because I'm not a thug. I work in a mine, my lord.
Ingakho nje ngitshene icourt ukuthi inkosi enkantolo mangingekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisemakhaya.
That is the reason I told the court that, my lord, if I'm not at work, I'm in the homeland.
Yes. Now, your response to Advocate Numalo on his question as to where you were on the 26th of October 2014 was that when you are not at work, you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance.
Impendulo yakho ke kulombuzo lo wabekwa umntwana uNxumalo ngalosuku lolu ukuthi ke mhla ka26 October ngo2014 ubukuphi na. Impendulo yakho wathi wena uNxumalo wathi ke uma ngekho emsebenzini ngisekhaya, uma ngekho ekhaya ke ngisengomeni.
Isizathu sethi ngiphendula uNxumalo ngale pendulo le. Mawubuka amalanga la okuthiwa ngihlokanga ngawo. Kukhomba khona ukuthi ngangisekhaya.
Macam. The reason why I responded the way I did to Mr. Nxumalo is because when you look at the days that shows that I did not clock at work, it shows that I was at the homelands on those days.
Siphinde futhi uma mina ngisengomeni ngiyaya emsebenzini ngomsombuluko.
And again, just to add, even when I was at the traditional dance, the following day, I definitely go back to work.
So, my attention has been drawn to the fact that apparently accused number one has raised his hand. I don't know, maybe he's got an urgent need or needs comfort break or whatever.
He's basically requesting the court for him comfort break.
Comfort break?
Yes, madam.
Okay, fine. What time is it?
It's 10 to 1. Maybe we can take the lunch, the long adjournment.
Yeah. Long adjournment, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Mnumzane Ntanzi khumbula uthathe ngaphansi kwesifungo.
Yebo.
We were still busy with the question that was asked to you by Advocate Ngumalo as to your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014, to which you responded, if you are not at work, you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance.
Sasokulo mbuzo lo owabuzwa ke uyena advocate Ngumalo ukuthi ke wena ubukuphi mhla ka 26 October ngo 2014 impendulo yakho kwaba ukuthi ke uma ongekho ke la eGoli usekhaya uma ongekho ekhaya ke usengomeni.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes my lord.
Kusho khona phambi Nkosi enkantolo ngamalanga la okukhulunywa ngawo ngangisemakhaya.
It shows my lord that on these days that are referred to in court I was at home in the homeland.
Which days are you referring to?
Amapha amalanga la ukhuluma ngawo wena?
Ngisho la ukuthi ngangingekho ngabe emsebenzini.
The days where they said I was not at work.
But Mr. Ntanzi, the fact of the matter is the 26th of October 2014, it's a Sunday, it's a non-working day, is it not so?
Kodwa ke mnumzane Ntanzi ke usuku lelo ke u26 October ngo 2014 isonto futhi ke awusebenzi.
Nkosi enkantolo ngithi emsebenzini ngigcina ngomgqibelo ekseni. Kusho khona ukuthi Nkosi enkantolo ngihambile ngaye ekhaya.
My lord, since my last day at work was in the morning on Saturday, that shows that after that I went home.
Yes, but that is not the point. The point is you knew that the 26th is a non-working day. Why don't you simply say the 26th was a non-working day, I was not at work?
Manje ke
Why do you give this elaborate and recurring explanation that if you're not at work, you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance?
Mnumzane Ntanzi nawe ke uyazi ukuthi ke 26 October lo bekuyisonto and ngesonto awusebenzi. Kungani ungasho ukuthi phela ukuthi lo suku lolo ke bekuyisonto futhi mina ngisebenzi? Kungani ukusinikeza impendulo leyo usho ukuthi ke uma ngekho emsebenzini ngisekhaya uma ngekho ekhaya ke isengomeni?
Nkosi enkantolo kukhomba ngamalanga la engiwashoti lamalanga abhalwe phansi la ukuthi mina ngangisekhaya. Ngangeke ngicela amalanga ngicela ukuhlala eGoli amalanga.
The days that I've taken, leave days that I've taken indicates that I was not around. I could not have taken leave just to stay in Gauteng.
Azange ngacela ilanga mina ngicela ukuyogida ingoma elanga ngesonto Nkosi enkantolo.
I never took any leave day to go and participate in the traditional Zulu dance.
Yes. We understand that, but the problem here is that you keep on giving a recurring explanation. If you're not at work, you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance.
Siyakuzwa lokho sho kodwa ke into esisho ukuthi usiloki impendulo le eloki ifana ukuthi ke uma ongekho emsebenzini usekhaya uma ongekho ekhaya ke usengomeni.
Nkosi enkantolo manje ngisamile phambi kwe-answer ngithi mina Nkosi enkantolo ngangisekhaya nanka namalanga yasho.
I'm still on the same answer that I've given before, that I was at home. Even these days are indication of that.
Ngangeke ngicela amalanga ayi5 ayi6 ngicelela ukuhlala eGoli ngicelela ukudlala ingoma ngangeke kwenzeke lokho Nkosi
I would
enkantolo.
not have asked or took leave days about 5 or 6 days just to go and participate in a Zulu dance.
Now, why didn't you just simply say I was at home and not mention work at all?
Manje ke yini bongasinika impendulo nje qondile ukuthi ke ubusekhaya?
Namanje ngiyasho phambi kwe-court mina.
I'm still saying that before the court.
You see, Advocate Mshololo then asked you the same question as to where you were on the 26th of October 2014. You then responded as follows, that since it was established that you were not at work, you must have been home.
U-Advocate Mshololo ke naye ke wasephonsela wona nombuzo ukuthi ke ubukuphi wena mhla ka-26 October ngo-2014. Impendulo yakho wena wathi ke njengoba sekubonakala ukuthi ke bengekho emsebenzini bengisekhaya.
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you agree that your responses to the same questions by two different counsel differ?
Uyavumela nama ngithi ke impendulo yakho ke kulombuzo ofanayo obuzwa abameli ababili abahlukene impendulo yakho iyahlukahlukana?
Cha.
No.
Angivumi.
I'm not agreeing.
Look, to Advocate Ngumalo, when he asked you where you were, you said if you are not at work, you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance. But to Advocate Mshololo, you say, since it was established that you were not at work, you must have been home.
Manje ke uthi ke sekayafunda ke ngokuya ngamaphepha ukuthi ke okoqala ngalenkathi ke ubuzwa ke Advocate Nxumalo ekubuza ukuthi ke ubukuphi ngalolo suku lolu 26 October ngo2024. Impendulo yakho yaba ukuthi ke uma ke ngekho emsebenzini ngisekhaya, uma ke ngekho ekhaya ke ngikuphi ke ngisengomeni. Wona lo mbuzo lo futhi ke wasobuzwa futhi ke Advocate Mshololo ke umbuzo ukuthi ubukuphi mhla ka26 October ngo2013. Impendulo yakhe yaba ukuthi ke ngoba sekubonakala ukuthi ke bengekho emsebenzini ngenzeka ukuthi bengisekhaya.
Imibuzo kwabunqumano noma umsholo la ufana ukuthi ngimamela kahle ngendlela ongitoleka ngayo.
If I can hear the way the interpreter is interpreting the question to me, their question is not the same, referring to Advocate Nxumalo and Advocate Mshololo.
Ekamama umsholo liqhama ngenye indlela, ekamama ababunqumano liqhama ngenye indlela.
These questions come differently from both advocates.
No, sir, the questions were the same as to your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014.
Umbuzo ke ubufana ukuthi ke wena ubukuphi ke ngomhla ka26 October 2014.
Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda sengwehlala ngokwesithupha ngithi nkosi enkantolo ngangisekhaya nganaka namalanga ayasikhomba ngangeke ngicela amalanga amahlanu amalanga ayisithupha ngicelela ukuhlala eGoli.
I am going to repeat myself. I think this will be for the 5th or the 6th time, my lord. Even that my leave days testify to that. I would not have taken 5 or 6 days just to be around. I was at home.
Sikhumbule phambi kwekhotho ukuthi mina ngacela ilanga. Inkampani yanginika ilanga akusimina ngayichuzela ilanga athi ngifuna ilanga liso.
And also I like us to refresh our memory that I am not the one who asked for this particular day. The company is the one that gave me the day.
Now, why did you, when Advocate Mshololo asked you the same question as to your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014, why did you add that since it was established that you were not at work? Did you speak to someone since the question was asked by Advocate Ngumalo?
Manje ke ngale nkathi uAdvocate Mshololo ekubuza ukuthi ke ubukuphi mhla ka26 October ngo2014 wena wathi njengoba ke sekubonakala ukuthi bengekho emsebenzini. Uthi ke uAdvocate Baloyi ukuthi ukhona umuntu mhlawumbe wena uke wakhuluma naye ngalokho.
Cha angikwazi lokho mangiqala ukuzwa ngawe.
I don't know anything about that. It's my first time hearing it from you.
But why did you add that since it was established that you were not at work?
Manje kungani yena uye wafaka lokho ukuthi njengoba sekubonakala ukuthi ke bengekho emsebenzini.
Mina nkosi enkantolo ngisho ummeli wami ngangimtshela ngithi mmeli uma uthi emsebenzini ngangingekho kukhomba khona ukuthi ngangisekhaya. La ngaphela ilanga lasemsebenzini lifikile amaphepha amasemsebenzini elifu lapha phambi kwekhotho.
I had also mentioned this to my attorney that if I was not at work, which means I was at home, the documents of my leave are before the court, my lord, to testify to that.
Now, if we can just briefly touch on the events at the Boardroom on the 17th of June 2024. I'm sorry, 2020. as reflected in the proceedings of 12 February 2024, page 18. This is now during the trial, within the trial. Dr. Sibanda asks you as follows, and we're looking at line 14 on the 12th of February 2024, page 18. Dr. Sibanda asks you, can you tell this court now who was present in that particular boardroom? Then you answered as follows. There was Sergeant Mohani, Mabena, Brigadier Gininda, Sergeant Mohola, and the others. I did not recall their names. I'll give you the transcript. And line 19, Dr. Sibanda asks, and what was the questioning inside that boardroom? Then you responded as follows at line 21. I was asked by Brigadier Gininda on where I was in October. Then Dr. Sibanda asked you, what was your response? And you replied as follows. I responded saying, I cannot remember where I was in October, whether I was at work or at home. I did not recall. Then Dr. Sibanda asked you, did he ask October of which year? Then you responded, yes, he said October of 2014. Then Dr. Sibanda, and then did he give the dates? Then your response was as follows. Indeed, he gave me a date. However, I cannot recall which date he specifically gave me. Then Dr. Sibanda says, and then your response was that you cannot recall whether you were at home or you were at work. Then you responded as follows. That is correct. As I was employed, and if I'm not at home, I would be at work.
Sesobheka manje ke ama record lawa ngalenkathi uadvocate Sibanda kuyena ebuza ke imibuzo lana uadvocate Sibanda uthi ke ungatshela inkantolo manje ukuthi ke ube kunobani lapha phakathi lapha kule boardroom wena wasuphendula ke uthi ke bekuno Sergeant Mohane, uMabena, uBrigadier Gininda, uSergeant Mohola nabanye ongasabakhumbula amagama abo. Wasebuza ke Sibanda wathi ke manje ke imibuzo le beyibuzwa lapha ngaphakathi kweBoardroom bekumbuzo bebabuza imibuzo yipi? Wasuphendula accused number wathi ke ngiye ngabuzwa uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ke bengikuphi ke ngoOctober. Wathi uSibanda ke wena waphendula wasuthini? Wena wathi ngase ngiphendula ngathi ke angisakhumbuli ukuthi bengikuphi ngoOctober, ukuthi ke bengisekhaya, bengisemsebenzini noma bengisekhaya. Angisakhumbuli. Bekumpendulo yakho leyo. Wathi ke advocate Sibanda ke uyokubuza ukuthi ke uOctober wamuphi unyaka lo wakhuluma ngaye na? Wasuphendula wathi yebo, uyowathi October waka 2014. Wathi uSibanda ke uyowakunikeza futhi nama date usuku ukuthi luphi usuku. Wathi yebo, uyowanginikeza ama date noma kunjalo ke angisakhumbuli ukuthi kahle kahle ama date maphi la nginikeza wona. Should I continue?
I think that is a portion that we have referred to. Now, is it correct what has just been, is it what you said in the trial, within the trial?
Manje ngalenkathi ke senze trial within the trial yikho ke okwenzeka lokho izinto wazisho lezi.
Ngangiphendula imibuzo ayengibuza yona ngethini.
Yes, I was responding to the questions that were asked.
But once again, Mr. Ntanzi, on the 26th of October 2014, you were not working, it's a non-working day. Why do you keep on giving this standard and recurring explanation that if you're not at work, then you are at home. If not at home, you do traditional dance.
Mnumzane Ntanzi, umhla ka-26 October ngo-2014 ubungasebenzi ungasulanga lo sebenza ngalo. Kungani manje lokhu phinda usinikeza lempendulo lokuyiphinda ukuthi ke uma ungekho emsebenzini usekhaya?
kuya kusho ngamalanga.
According to the days, my lord.
Nanka amalanga ayasikhomba. Ngeke ngicela ilanga ngicela ingoma nemsebenzini.
My days speak for themselves. There's no way I could request for leave just to go
Angithi
for a
phambi
traditional dance.
phambi kwekhoti la. Likhona iphepha iprove ukuthi ngangicela amalanga emsebenzini. Likhona nanti la phambi kwekhoti.
We have before the court a document that is a proof to show that I had taken some leave days.
But why didn't you just give a simple explanation? The 26th October 2014 was a non-working day for me. I was at home.
Manje kungani ungazange unikeze impendulo nje eqondile ukuthi ke 26 October 2014 bengingasebenzi sokwalona bengisekhaya?
Namanje ngimile ngikhuluma into eyi-1 phambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
I'm standing before the court saying the very same thing.
Kwanawe phambi kwekhoti kade ungifundela wona amalanga la athi ashiwo ngumlungu la ahambiselana nephepha leli la phambi kwekhoti.
You also read some days that were given by the witness, a white witness who was before court that corresponds to the leave days, to my leave days.
Mr. Mulder testified as follows on the 10th of October 2023, page 53, regarding your leave period for the period 27 October 2014 to 31 October 2014. He said Mr. Ntanzi applied for unpaid leave and he stated it was for personal problems.
Umnumzane Mulder ke ngalenkathi ethula ufakazi bakhe la enkantolo ikakhulukazi ngalamalanga lo wathatha esikhuluma ngawo ke umhla ka-27 October ngo-2014 no-31 October 2014 uye wathi ke umnumzane Ntanzi ke uye wacela wafaka isicelo se-unpaid leave washo ukuthi ke imelana ke nezinto zakhe personal issues, into zakhe personal.
Yes, angiphefhe ngicela emsebenzini ukuthi ngifuna ukuya ekhaya.
Yes, I was supposed to ask at work permission to go home.
But why apply for unpaid leave?
Manje why ucela le leave le engakhokhelwa?
Ngangiyolungisa into zami ekhaya. Nginendleko mina ngineyingane nayo yonke into.
I went to sort out some issues at home, my lord. I have responsibilities and I also have children at home.
Ngokubuka kwakho phambi kwekhoti mina ngangacela ilanga from June and kuze bona bakuyibona banginike date.
Angizwisisi baba?
Angithi mina ngicele ngoJune.
I applied for leave in June.
Baze bangiphendula nibona ngoOctober.
They only responded in October.
Bona hayi mina.
Them, not me.
Now, Mr. Miller stated that you applied for unpaid leave for personal problems. What were those personal problems?
Uthe kumzane Mulder ke ucela leave ke for inkinga zakho nje onazo yini inkinga lezo
Cha inkinga ngezama kusize zakho nawu nenkinga zakho phambi kwekhoti.
No. The problem is mine. They are my personal problem. You also have your own personal problems. It's not court's problems.
Inkinga zasekhaya ayidibana lapha ekhoti nenkinga zakho ayidibana lapha ngoba zakho ngezakho le ezami ezakwatanzi.
My problems at home and the court don't go hand in hand, and you also have your own problems which are not the Ntanzi's problems.
We're trying to understand, sir, your whereabouts and on the 26th of October 2014 and the reason why you put in leave from the 27th to the 31st of October 2014.
Into ezama kuyenza ke ukuthi phela sifuna ukubona ukuthi kahle kahle bekuyini lezo inkinga lezi ke ezikwenza ukuthi ke uthathe leave ke kusukela nge-27 zika October kufika nge-31 zika October ngo-2014.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba lethe efunda ngumshushisi irecord lapha khona ngikhiphele iphepha ukuthi libhale ukuthini iphepha leli lisayiniwe ukuthi yini uma ngangifuna ukuya ngikhiphele lona lo phepha lelo.
I believe what you are reading there is the records that are before court. If we can just pull out the document that have reasons why I took leave during that period.
Now, we've already referred you to page 57 of the proceedings of 10 October 2023, where counsel, Mr. Ramusipili, put it to Mr. Mulder about line 15, that accused 2 applied for that leave way back on 14 July 2014. Now, why apply for unpaid leave approximately 3 months before you were to go on leave?
Manje ke siphinde sibuyele futhi ke kuma record wethu ufakazi lobo bakhulunywa ke mhla ka 10 October ngo2023 ukuthola lokhu ke ku page number 57 lapho ke umeli wakho Mr. Ramusipili ke ngalenkathi ebekela umnzane Milder sithola ku line number 15 ethi ke uRamusipili ke accuse number 2 ke wayifaka isicelo selifi ke nge14 zika July 2014 ke yona unpaid leave leyo kuthi umshishisi manje kungani ke apply unpaid leave ke inyanga ezintathu ngaphambi ukuthi uzohamba.
Angithi Nkosi enkantolo mawucela emsebenzini uyacela bese bona bezokutshena ireport ukuthi hayi siyavuma mangavuma abavuma.
My lord, when you are requesting at work, like you put in your request and then they will respond to say whether they agree to your request or not.
Sikhumbule lapha phambi Nkosi enkantolo ngoba ngikhona lapha ngibona khona kwesikhathi ubudukisa ikantolo ngezinto zami nasemsebenzini. Emsebenzini ngisebenza nomuntu wepassport mina ngingwe ID.
And again, like you were misleading court with some other issues because where I work with somebody who uses a passport and I use an ID.
Umuntu wepassport yena akavinjela mina ngiyavinjela kuthiwa ubani akekho nizosala uvala ubani emsebenzini ngemshini yasemsebenzini.
And the person that use passport has they don't stop him, but I'll always get to be stopped because I have to fill up for other people.
Manje mina ilungelo lami ukuthi emsebenzini ngicela amalanga elami ilungelo amalanga ami la kwi-payslip abhaliwe nangemuva ilungelo lami.
It is my right, my lord, to request for my leave days. They are my leave days. They are even showing on my payslip.
Yes, but you asked for unpaid leave.
Kodwa ke ucele ke amalanga angakhokhelwa.
Yebo ilungelo lami akusile lakho elami.
Yes, it is my right. It is not your right. It is my right before the court.
So you decide more than 3 months in advance that you are going to require unpaid leave. Is it your version?
Manje uthi wena ke udecide ke inyanga ezintathu ukuthi uyocela i-leave ke engakhokhelwa.
Zinyanga ezintathu ebhalwe la.
Before uthatha leave le.
No angithi mina Nkosi enkantolo ngicela ngedate engicela ngayo la. Ebese ethi umlungu ngisayo checka la emshinini ukuthi bangaka abacela amalanga ama-operate.
What happens is I will put in the days that I'm requesting and the boss will say, okay, let me go and check the availability of other operators.
Uyabuya umlungu yena unginika ilanga la ngo-October angisikhethela ngelanga umuntu ephambi kwemayini ukuthi ngifuna ilanga la ngo-October.
And then he comes back and gives me the October date. It is not, I'm not the one that actually chose or picked that date in October.
We don't understand you. Are you not the one who chose those dates?
Also wakhethela amalanga la.
Ngiyathemba mongakhipha iphepha leli lami leli lisayiniwe lisayini naye lizokutshela ukuthi amalanga ngiwaceleni nini.
If you can just pull out the document that I personally signed, it will show you when exactly I chose or picked those dates.
Ebese bona ubuke futhi bona bangiphendule ngasiphi isikhathi.
And then also check when I got the response from them.
We just want to briefly refer you to the evidence of Mr. Mulder in this regard, as appears on page 53 of the proceedings of 10 October 2023. Mr. Mulder testified as follows that, and we've already referred to this portion on page, on line 19, Mr. Ntanzi applied for unpaid leave and he stated that it was for personal problems. then Mr. Mulder and the court will also know that Mr. Ntanzi, as well as his supervisor and his HR, approved his application for this period.
Manje futhi masiphinde sibuyele futhi kufakazi lobo obakhona ke mhla ka-10 October ngo-2023 uthola lokhu page number 25 ngale nkathi Mr. Mulder enokufakazi ke uyasho ukuthi ke uMzansi Ntanzi wacela ke i-leave ke engakhokhela emalanga angakhokhela esho ukuthi ke izathu zakhe lezo wathi futhi ke Mr. Ntanzi i-supervisor yakhe ne-HR bayeke bavumelana ke noma approve ke leyo leave yakhe.
Yebo, yingakho ngitshena icourt mina ukuthi ngoba nina lanithe emsebenzini ngangingabonakala ngangilahlekile emsebenzini akukhomba ukuthi ngaclock mase kuvela amaphepha seniyashintsha phambi kwecourt.
Yes, because you initially had said that at work they did not know my whereabouts. I did not clock until the documents showed before the court my whereabouts.
Mina ingakho ngitshena icourt ukuthi mina angisikhethelanga idate mangathula ubukele liphepha acela ngale malana emsebenzini washo nomlungu ngqo lapha phambi kwecourt athi yibo abangikhombe idate ka-October.
And if you can also look at those documents, that the dates that I got, I did not personally pick those dates. They are the ones who gave me those dates in October. The white man came and testified to that effect.
No, we have traversed the evidence of Mr. Mulder with you, and his evidence was that you applied for leave for that period.
Mr. Mulder ngale nkathi ethumela ufakazi uye wathi la inkantolo ucele i-leave for lesikhathi lesi esivelayo lapho lezi nsuku lezi ezivelayo.
Mina ngikuphiki lokho phambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes, but you're saying that they are the ones who chose those dates in October for you.
Kodwa uthe yiwona abakhethele le nsuku lezo ngo-October.
Nithi mina phambi kwecourt uma ukuthi umlungu ngangimamele kahle ngihleli lapha emuva uthi umlungu mina ngiqale o-applya nini ukucela isicelo sami ekampanini ngoJuni.
If I recall the white man's evidence, when I was seated there in the dock, he mentioned that I applied, or my first application was in June.
Ngoba ngisho leave le ka 35 days uyayicela ekampanini kube yibona abanginikani abanginikelanga ukuthi leave yakhe iqala ngayiphi ilanga.
Even this leave, the leave that we have, the 35 days leave, you put a request in the court, in the company, and they will choose the dates they will give you.
Right, we'll come back to this aspect a little later. What was the reason why the police went with you to Sibanye Still Water on the 18th of June 2020 to retrieve the clocking records?
To retrieve them?
The clocking records.
So phinde sibuye futhi udaba lola ngithi later masileko kwamanje uthi ke umbuzo ke bekuyini isizathu sokuthi ke amaphoyisa abahambe nawe niye lapha ke eSibanye nothola ke ama record akho lokutloka nge-18 zika June ngo-2020.
Nkosi enkantolo ngokukhulu nje ukuzithoba. Bona Boardroom bathi mina angisebenzi ngihlala eFosolas ngumuntu wamateksi mina.
My Lord, with all due respect, in the Boardroom they had allegations that I am not working. Into umuntu wamateksi.
Bathi ngumuntu wamateksi usho uGilinda.
Gilinda said I'm into the taxis.
Mina ngiyamphendula Nkosi enkantolo ngithi mina anginamateksi futhi angihlala eFosolas angiyazi nangiyazi ngihlala eCartonville lapho engisebenza khona.
And my response was that I'm not into a taxi business and I stay in Carltonville where I work.
Yes.
Bafika ekuseni azange bangitshene futhi kiwe Carltonville.
And they came in the morning, they did not even mention to me that we were going to Carltonville.
But how does the fact that they said you are in the taxi industry related to the clocking records?
Manje ke uhlanganaphi lokuthi usemateksini nendaba le yama record akho lo ukungena nokuphuma emsebenzini?
Ngizophinda ngiphendula ngazo sengiphendula kwesingakweSibili ngithi mina ecourt ukuze kuvele igama lase Carltonville kuSibani uthi yena mina angisebenzi ngihlala eFosolasi ngumuntu wamateksi mina ngiyamtshela ngisumuntu wamateksi.
I'm going to answer this, I think, for the second time now. He said that I am not working, I stay in Vosloorus and I'm also into taxi business.
Yeah, nithi mina ngisithi ingxenye yamateksi mina ngiyayisebenzela eCarltonville emayini.
I told him that I'm not into the taxi industry. I work in a mine in Carltonville.
Ngoba izinto sasiyibanga leze boardroom kosekathola ukuthi mina ngihlala eFosolasi futhi ngumuntu wamateksi sithi akunamateksi ngisho ekhaya egcekeni.
These were the things that we were just arguing about. They were saying I stay in Vosloorus and I'm into taxi business, and I told them that I'm not staying in Vosloorus and I'm neither into the taxi business.
Ngimtshela futhi nenkosi enkantolo ukuthi mina ngihlala eFosolasi angiyazi nakuyazi.
I told him that I don't stay at Vosloorus and I don't even know Vosloorus.
So the purpose of obtaining the clocking records was to show that you don't stay in Vosloorus and you're not in the taxi business. You work at Sibanye Stillwater Gold, is that correct?
Manje izathu ukuthi ke nithole ke lema records akho ukungena nokuphuma emsebenzini bokuthi uzokwazi ukukhomba ukuthi wena uyawuhlala eVosloorus nokuthi usebenza lapha eSibanye.
Lokho kwakuyiphendula mangibaphendula kuyo mina.
That was the answer that I gave to them.
Ngoba kwabona inkosi enkantolo mase Carltonville azange bangitshente seCarltonville.
Because even there, my lord, when we were going to Carltonville, they did not mention to me that we were going to Carltonville.
Now, why was there a focus on your in-clocking and out-clocking for the period 25 to 26 October 2014 if you say the purpose was to show that you work at Sibanye Stillwater and that you don't live in Vosloorus and you're not in the taxi industry? Why was there a focus on those dates?
Manje why
25 and 26
manje why ke
October 2014?
why yini manje zathi ubhenibheke i25 no 26 ka October 2014 ukubheka ama record wakho ukungena nokuphuma emsebenzini bofuna ukukhombisa ini kuloko?
Mina noma bona.
Are you referring to myself or them?
No, to them.
Bona.
To them.
Angibazi umbuzo ngomuhle ububheke kubo.
I don't know. It was going to be a beautiful question if it was directed to them.
Ngoba okunye mshushisi phambi kwenkosi enkantolo ukhumba ukuthi bangicheck nenyawo ngithi bayo check ukuthi akukho abangalimala khona enyaweni kuyi-medical.
Remember again that they went and checked my legs to see if I don't have any injuries when I was taken for the medicals.
Befuna nanokuthi akaze ngifake igolide mina. Bathola akaze ngifake igolide.
And also to ascertain if have I ever fixed a gold tooth, and it was found that I never did.
My colleague has just brought to my attention that the period of 14 July that we refer to refers to leave that was applied much earlier and not the one that started on the 27th to the 31st October 2020. 2014. Do you have any comment on that?
Uthini kuloko ke uthi ke ucolleague yakhe ke umzansi siba Dr. Sibanda umtshela ukuthi ke le leave le yange 14 zika July ile way apply ke elias asiyo lena yango October 2014. Khona le ka 14 July lo apply ngaphambeleni.
Mina ngicela ukubona iphepha lami leli lisayiniwe eSharu elasayina supervisor ngicela ukulibona la ungibonise lo singakhuluma ngerecord ngicela ukubona leli phepha lenqo.
Can I kindly see the document where I signed, the supervisor and the HR signed let's not refer to the records
Sibone
before
idate
the court,
yakhona.
so that we can see the date that
Yes.
appears there.
But sir, Mr. Mulder was here, he testified. There was an opportunity to take up these issues with him.
Kodwa ke umnumzane Mulder ke uye wayenza la enkantolo ethula ufakazi bekuyithuba lokuthi ke zwa lento lezo sibuzayo manje nofuna ukuzibona befuneke ke uzibuze ngale nkathi uMulder ekhona la ecourt.
So yena ukhuluma ngayiphi idate? Ukhuluma ngayi-14 kaJune angithi.
Which date did he talk about? Is the 14th of June?
Yes.
Manje uthi babutsebanda uthini?
So
The-
what are you saying about Mr. Nsibande?
Yes.
Uthi yena ngoMarch.
Earlier
So kuyikhona
on,
kuphi ekufanele ngumamele phambi kwecourt?
You are saying you are talking about March. Which exactly must I take before the court?
we initially put a proposition to you by Mr. Ramosepeli as it appears on page 57 of the proceedings of 10 October 2023. And the proposition is as follows. Accused 2 applied for that leave way back on 14th of July 2014. And Mr. Mulder responded as follows. Your Lordship, I cannot see anything to the defect on this form. If the defense can just, then Advocate Ramosepeli. If we look perhaps at the top, after the heading annual leave application form, at the top, there will be a column, there will be 3 blocks there. I do not know what do you call them, 3 cells. At the right, it will have a print date and the time, which is 14 July 2014 at 5:46 a.m. That is when the form was generated. At the top right hand, yes, and below where the employee, the supervisor, and the head of department signs. Also, it is on that same date, the 14th of July 2014.
Umnumzane Ramosepeli ke masibheka ke ama record wethu olufakazi obathula mhla ka 10 October ngo2023 uthola lokhu page number 57 uthi ke umnumzane Ramosepeli ke umangalelwa ke lo wesibili ke leyo leave le wayifaka ke mhla ka 14 July mhla ka 14 July. So manje uthi ke umnumzane Mulder uthi yana ke angiboni lokho lapho ukhuluma ngakhona ke sekayachaza manje ukuthi incwadi le elive njani uyasho ukuthi ke mawubheka ke ema leave akhona yona ama block amathathu kena kune date ethi 14 July 2014 usuku lele apply ngalo isikhathi futhi beku 5:13:46 ekseni ngale nkathi ke lelo form lelenziwa futhi ke supervisor naye ke ulona uHR naye ke lo muntu ocela leave ke bonke baya sign khona lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mr. Mulder testified as follows at line 10, says number 13 actually refers to an annual leave application that Mr. Ntanzi applied for annual leave earlier in the year. You will see the commencement date leave is the 23rd of July.
Futhi ke masisibheka futhi lamaphepha la khona leave ke uyasho ukuthi number 13 ke ukhuluma ke ngayo annual leave le ya Tumelde ke umnumzane Ntanzi ke uya apply le annual leave ke earlier ngonyaka lo mawuqala ke ithi uqala mhla ka 23 July.
So the 14th of July 2014 refers to this date, to the leave of the 23rd of July.
Lo suku lelu 14 zika July 2014 lukhuluma ke ngalo suku lelu ke u23 zika July.
Yeah, bangithi ngangenza ubugebengu ngangicela emsebenzini.
Yes, I was not committing any fraud. I was putting in my request.
The leave starting from the 27th of October 2014 to 31 October 2014, when was it applied for?
Manje ke le leave lena ke le yaqala nge27 zika October ngo2014 kuze ngibe nge31 zika October 2014 uyifake nini?
Likhona iphepha lakho la ngithi lapha ecourt.
The document to that effect is before the court.
ukube ngangiye ku-doctor umlungu bezoza nayo incwadi ka-doctor lo muntu waya ku-doctor ingakho umlungu ezela wakhombisa ikhoti incwadi lamaphepha afike nawo phambi kwekhoti.
Had it been I went to the doctor, the white man would have come to court to be that medical record from the doctor.
Yes, but
Now we have those documents before the court.
yes, but what is your version? When did you apply for the leave starting from 27 October 2014 to 31 October 2014?
Manje wena uthini ukuthi kuloku ke le leave le eyaqala mhla ka 27 October kuzobe 31 October 2014 wena uyifake nini lo leave le?
Liphi iphepha lakhona?
Where is the document to that effect?
Angithi umlungu uchazile phambi kwekhoti la ubukhona. Athi umlungu mina ngi-apply leave. Yibo abanginika i-date ka-October. I-date awusikhethele mine.
The white man came to the court and did testify that I had applied for leave, and he further said that they are the ones that gave me the date for October because you don't get to choose
Ngoba
the date yourself.
kosenkantolo eKapaneni ngiyaphinda ngiyasho khona abantu bama-passport khona abantu bama-ID. Uma mina ngiyelifini kufanele ngifunele umuntu ozongivala.
Okay. My lord, I did explain to the court that we have people that uses passports and others are uses ID. And since I'm using an ID, if I apply for a leave, I need to get somebody that can be on my space.
Esectionini akwenzeki kosenkantolo ihamba abantu abayi-10 passport 10 ID niyahlunga kuyashuza ukuthi okay lona passport yakhe iphelile ukusho ukuthi lowe ID uyasala ulinda lowe passport.
In our company, my lord, it is not possible that we'll have 10 people using passport and 10 using ID living at the same time. What they normally do is like they will just have to check that okay, this one with their passport, maybe their passport the days had expired, so the one with the passport with an ID will now have to remain behind.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, can we then look at your clocking history for the two crucial dates of the 25th of October 2014 up to the we will focus on the 25th of October 2014 for now. Now, is it correct that, as Mr. Miller testified, that you were employed at Sibanye Stillwater Gold Mine from the 18th of April 2009 to the 18th of February 2016?
Mnumzane Ntanzi ke masesibheke manje ke umlando wakho lokho ongena nokuphuma emsebenzini sobheka kakhulu ke lo suku lo 25 October ngo2014. Umnumzane Melda ke uye wachaza ukuthi ke wena ke waqashwa ke lapha Sibanye Stillwater nge18 zika April 2009 kuzobe 18 zika February 2016.
Yeah, lega 18 lega April 2009 ngiyakhumbula i-date engisangazi ukuthi ngiphumene ngayo lega 2016.
Yes, I do recall the date, the 18th of April 2009, though I don't recall the date I left or I was out of there in 2016.
We see this on page 46 of the record of the 10th of October 2023. At line 16, Mr. Mulder testified that you were employed as a laborer from the 18th of April 2009 until 18th of February 2016.
Lokhu kufakaza ubukhona la enkantolo ke obakhulunywa ke mhla ka 10 October ngo2023 ukuthola lokhu ku page number 46 ngale nkantolo umzane Mulder ethulufakaza ukuthi ngempela yewaqashwa lapha na ke nge18 zika April 2009 kuze kube 18 zika February 2016.
You can have a look at the transcript.
Page 46. Kuyasho ukuthi ke ngokuya ke uyasho waqashwa ke lapha Is that the one with the Driefontein gold mine?
Yes, from line 16 up to line 22.
Yeah, kuyasho kumnumzane uNdlovu ukuthi ke waqashwa laphana Driefontein gold mine njengomuntu osebenza lapha nge-18 zika-April ngo-2009 kuze kube yi-18 zika-February 2016.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you turn the page over, page 47, still on the... Sorry?
Athi i-18 days of February zenzani? Or zihamba ne-26, 2016?
2016, yeah.
Okay.
Angithi bathi uqale ugcine nge-18 zika-February ngo-2016.
Okay, this one ngithi mina i-date yakhona ngisayikhumbula.
Yes, I don't recall the date,
Yokugcina
the last date, when my last date at the company.
Yes, that has been put on record by Mr. Mulder. If you turn the page over, from line 13, Mr. Mulder testified as follows: Your Lordship, each employee employed by the company is issued with a unique clocking card.
Uthi ke umnumzane Mulder ngimabheka ke la uline number 13 uthi wonke umuntu osivula kule company leyana unaye ke ikhodi yakhe yokukloka ke yakhe yedwa.
And he said this card is used then by employees to gain access to strategic areas as well as their working areas.
Le khadi ke bayisebenzisa ukuthi ngangena endaweni ezithize ngaphakathi kwenkampani futhi nendawo lapho basebenzela kuzona.
You were issued with such a clocking card. is that
Uyonikezwa nalo yona le khadi lekhunywa ngayo. Ukuthi yakwazi.
Nginalo namanje likhona.
Even now I have that clocking card.
And at line 19, he testified that he said, it is, Your Lordship, it is mainly entry points into work areas as well as residential areas where employees stay.
Uthi lelo khadi lele ke ngikwazi usebenzisa ke lapho le ndawo lezi enisebenzela kuzona nalapho futhi nihlala khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then the last two sentences, he testified as follows, Mr. Mulder, Your Lordship, these clocking records belong to Mr. Bongani Ntanzi.
Uye wathi Mulder futhi ke lama record ke manje ke wakhe ke umnumzane Bongani Ntanzi.
Yebo.
Yes, my lord.
We are going to show you the clocking records, as we mentioned, for the 25th of October, 2014.
Sizokhomba manje ke ama record akhuluma ke mhla ka 25 October ngo-2014.
You'll see the heading is Individual Clocking History.
Can we begin at the beginning of the document?
Yeah, we just want to focus on the clocking history for the 25th of October, 2014.
Sifuna ubheka nje phela ke umlando ke we-history yakho yange-25 zika-October.
You'll see that the heading is Individual Clocking History.
Angithi abona phezulu ke yasho ukuthi ke individual clocking history ukuthi yakho nje wedwa.
There's the surname Ntanzi, first name Obongani.
Iveza futhi isibongo uNtanzi, igama loqala nalo ke uNtanzi uBongani.
There's in clockings on the left hand side, then out clockings on the right hand side.
Mawubheka ke isandleni lesi sokudla kune phuma lesi sesinxele ungena.
Mr. Mulder explained the document as follows on page 48 of the proceedings of the 10th of October 2023. He said, Your Lordship, on the left-hand side of the page, it's individual clocking history. This is what we've just referred to. And he said it will be as the in-clocking, the time from which the individual has clocked, as well as the places where he has clocked, and the type of access at those individual clocking.
Manje ke uye wathi uMulder ke ngalenkathula ufakazi ukuthi inkosi enkantolo ke mawubheka laphana ke ngapha ngaku left lokho kuthola ku page number 48 nge-10 zika-October 2023 uthi mawubheka lapha kule phepha kule ndawo leyo yokutloka ke kuno lapha makazongena kukhombisa lapha angene khona kukhombe futhi ke nesikhathi lesi ke angene ngazo nokuthi neziphi indawo lezi angene kuzona.
If you go to page 49 of the record, 49 on the 10th of October 2023, page 49.
In the record. Okay. Yes.
Line 7, the state asks him to proceed to the 25th. Then Mr. Mulder says, Your Lordship, then on the 25th of October 2014, that reflects that Mr. Ntanzi entered a work area access point at 5 minutes to 4 in the morning. Do you see that on the left column, there's that date, 2014-10-25. That first line, it says 03-55-40. Do you see that? Just below the date of 25 October 2014. Can I just show it to you?
Okay, khuluma ngalana ke date line 7 25 October 2014 isikhathi nasi 02:58:40.
Yebo isikhathi engangena ngaso ke lesi.
Yes, that's the time that I'll resume work.
Okunye ngifuna ukungidlisa phambi kwenkosi enkantolo. I-clocking list leya printwa yimi ngihamba nomhlanje iba nesithombe sami. Isithombe lesi sekapa iphuma nesithombe sami.
Okay. And I also like to bring this to the attention of the court that my clocking list comes with my picture.
Futhi ichaza konke ukuthi umsebenzi wami yini kwinje operator kanjalo umlando wami bese kuvela isithombe sabe sekuphuma i-clocking list.
Normally it will show my duties, what I'm employed for, and then it will show my picture, and then after that it will show the clocking list.
Yes, as I said, we're just focusing on the 25th. If you want to have a look at the complete exhibit DD, we can show it to you. The one that you say has got your picture on it.
Kuthi yomshushizo wamanje bafuna ubheka nje le date la nge-25 kodwa bafuna ukubona yonke ke i-clocking list yakhe ke yakho njengoba utsho ngakhona ivela kanjena iwona amaphepha la.
Mina ngiyazi i-clocking list yamayini ephuma kanje manje mayisiqhamuka ngalolu hlobo isiqhamuka kuphi mayisiqhamuka ngalolu hlobo.
Yes, the one that you gave me now is the correct one. This is how the clocking list normally comes with the picture, but now if it comes in this form, the one that you just gave me now.
Ngoba nansi inkosi enkantolo manje mesiqhamuka esibhalwe so ayisiyangimangaza mina ngiyazi ngalolu hlobo lo ongibuza ngaphambi kwekho.
Because the clocking list looks
nje kanje
is showing the code how it looks like.
Siphinde futhi nangapha siphinde nala manje mayisiqhamuka ngalolu hlobo lo ngakho nje ngibuza ukuthi mayizoqhamuka ibhalwe so fanele kuvela isithombe sami kuvela amagama avala ukuthi umsebenzi wami bese kuvela i-clocking list kanjalo kanye manje mesibhalwe so iphuma phi le.
Because normally the clocking list must show my duties, also show my picture, and the times I clocked in and out. So this one, I'm just wondering where it comes from, because this is not the normal one.
As indicated, Mr. Ntanzi, we're just focusing on the 25th of October 2014.
Mina ngizo
Njengoba kusho mntanzi ke okwamanje sibheke nje lesuku lolu okwamanje sakhuluma mhla ka-25 October ngo-2014.
yebo ngiyavuma lokho kusho kodwa ngicela ukuthi ungibuze ngento le enesithombe sami nayo yonke imininingwane yami lena ibhalwe nje amagama nenombolo yasemsebenzini ingakho nje ngibuza ukuthi ibhalwe ubani le ngoba yasemsebenzini
I will
nathi ihamba
just-
nesithombe sami.
I will request that you ask me questions referring to this particular clocking list that shows my responsibilities and also my picture.
Can you just
And
give me
my
the two
duties.
documents as well as the clocking history? We will compose the documents as you prefer them.
So wenza amaphepha ke ngendlela nawe ke ofisa ukuthi angayenziwa ngakhona.
Right, we are on page 2. Right, we are on page 2 of the clocking history.
Sesizobheka manje la page 2 okhuluma ke ngokungena futhi nokuphuma kwakho.
We have indicated that under the date 2014, 10/25, that according to the evidence of Mr. Mulder as seen on page 49 on the 10th of October 2023, he says, and we refer to line 8, Mr. Mulder, Your Worship, then on the 25th of October 2014, that reflects that Mr. Ntanzi entered a work area access point at 5 minutes to 4 in the morning. Do you see that time? 03:55 and 40 seconds, that's the first access point.
Masibheke i-date le. Mr. Mulder ke uyachaza ukuthi ngalusuku lolo ke 25 October ngo2014 ke kuyakhomba ukuthi umzana Ntanzi uyangena ke kule ndawo le abasebenzela kuyona ke ngo 5 minutes to 4 ekseni. Okwesibili futhi ke point 1 in le 1 minute later ngo 4 minutes to 4 ekseni, and then waseqhubeka ke eyoclocka.
Yes. Yeah, we still have to put the time for the second
Oh,
access
sorry.
point on record. He testified that the second access point, you enter that 1 minute later at 4 minutes to 4 in the morning. We see that time just below the previous time is 03:56 48 seconds when you entered the second access point.
Futhi uyabona ukuthi masongena endaweni le eyesibili ke engenela ensebenzela kuyona le access point ungena ngo 3 minutes to 4 ngalona losuku lolo futhi ekseni.
Yebo ngiyakubona.
Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyethemba ukuthi umlungu la wayiphendula ubaba Ramsipile mayembuza ukuthi why kubhalwe kanje, wayiphendula wathi mawucela amalanga i-supervisor yakho noma i-team leader yakho ikutshela indoda yenza ama-minute nyana ngoba uyahamba i-distance uclock uhlala so sikhathi leso uphinde uphume enzani uhambe.
I think the white man or Mr. Mulder was answering to the question by Mr. Ramsipile that normally what will happen if you are requesting for days, your supervisor will request that maybe you clock and then just be around for a few minutes since you'll be going on leave.
Yes. Then he proceeds to testify as follows, that you then proceeded through the work clocking access at 3 minutes to 4 on that same morning. We see that 03:57:52, the one just below 3:56:48.
Uyaqhubeka futhi uthi ke uye waya futhi kwindawo futhi engisebenzela kuyona ngo 3 minutes to 4 ngakho ekseni ngolusuku lo.
And at line 20, he explains the column that has got A48, A09, U07. He says, so A48 and A09 are both clocking points at the shaft.
Aphinde futhi achaze ukuthi ke manje uA lo uA48 nalo A09 ke yini wathi uthi lo A48 no A09 ke indawo ke lezi ke ezinawo lo machine lokutloka lapha ku shaft.
Yeah, uqinisile angithi mina mangiphuma enkompolo ngiyaqoqa ngiyaphuma ngiyahamba ngiyogibela ibhasi lemayini.
Yes, that is correct, because when I leave the area where we stay, I'll have to clock out and then go and use the mine bus.
Mangifika futhi ngehle ebhasini ngiyaqoqa ngena ngaphakathi enkampanini
And
phezulu komgodi.
after again dropping off the bus, I'll have to clock again and go underground.
Then if you turn to page 50 of the transcript, page 50 on the 10th of October 2023, he testifies as follows from the first line, said, then your lordship, the next clocking would be in the table again on the right side of page 2 under the 25th of October 2014, which indicates the out clocking. So according to this record, it indicates that Mr. Ntanzi clocked out from his workplace 1 minute past 6.
Aphinde futhi ke umlungu kaqhubeka ukuthi ke mawubheka ngosonkantolo ke ngaku ihlangothi leli ku right lamaphepha lawo ke kuyakhomba ukuthi nge-25 za-October ngo-2014 ke wena Ntanzi ke waphuma ke endaweni yokusebenzela ke ngo 1 minute past 6.
Usuphelile 2 hours angithi lona uchaza lapha ecourt ukuthi uyahlala noma u2 hours noma u3 hours bese ke uyaphuma uyahamba.
Yes, that is after the expiry of the 2 hours, since he did also mention before the court that you can stay about 2 hours and then after that one is allowed to leave.
And he then, when you turn to page 51, line 16, he testified that indicated that Mr. Ntanzi then had a work exit clocking out 1 minute past 6, and we see that time there, 06:01:41.
Uyachaza futhi ukuthi ke futhi siyabona ukuthi ke Mr. Ntanzi ke uye wakhona ukuphuma ke noma wacloka out ke ngo 1 minute past 6. Uthi isikhathi siyabonakala ngapha, sibonakala ku 06:01:41.
Manje ku record akekho 41 bhala 1 minute usebhala u6 ngapha.
But in this record that you are reading, there's no 41. It only shows
Yes.
1 minute and then a 6.
Yes, he did not refer to the seconds, he just referred to the minutes, 06:01.
Akazange akhulume ke ngemizuzwana, ukhulume phela ngo 06:01, azange akhulume ngalo 41 seconds.
Record ngithi sifundile ebhalwe la. Ungifundile ebhalwe manje mase ishitsha nesefaka 41.
But in court, what is written on the document is what is read back to me. But now, if you're now putting 41, which is not showing on this record,
Yes, we're reading Exhibit DD1 as it is and the record as it is.
yabo ke sifunda ke exhibit DT1 likula maphepha lawa ngendlela ababhale ngakhona lawa ne record ke sifunda ke ngendlela lona libhalwe ngakhona la.
Then if you look at page 51, the last sentence, it says, Mr. Melder, so your lordship, if we look at the work in clocking, that was 3 minutes to 4, and the out clocking, which was 1 minute past 6, and it is just roughly gives you around 2 hours that Mr. Ntanzi was at work.
Uthi ke Nkosi uthi umlungu ke Nkosi inkantolo ke mase sibheka ke kule ngiyami nokuphuma kwakhe umzana Ntanzi ke kuyakhombisa ukuthi ke ngo 3 minutes to 4 uye waphuma lokho kwenza u1 minute past 6 and ngabo konke lokho makuhlangene ikhathe ngaphakathi emsebenzini kungaba ke amahora ngaba amabili Mr. Ntanzi ke yasemsebenzini.
Yeah, uqinisile.
Yes, that is correct.
And what is your normal shift that you work for, Mr. Ntanzi?
Ishift yakho Ntanzi nithatha ngakanani?
Mine usayina 8 hours.
At the mine you sign for 8 hours.
Kodwa ke 8 hours le angeke uyisebenze emgodini usebenza 8 hours. Emgodini uyasebenza bo 9 hours. Uma ungathola ubuku nje le record engithe ngiyacela lena sithombe. Ubuku ukushayiswa kwami. Isikhathi ningishayisa ngabo 4 ngabo 3.
But inside the mine you cannot work straight 9 hours. If you can go back to the record that I was talking about, you see that sometimes I knock off around 4.
Was it the normal shift that you had to work on the day?
Manje le
Just the 2 hours?
manje shift le 2 hours yi shift le ohlala ubufuna ukusebenza ngalosuku lona.
Ingoba ngangihamba ngiyekhaya elifini. That's why kwenzeka so njingakho
It's
ubhalelwe 2 hours.
It's because I was going home, I was on leave. That is why it shows 2 hours.
Ngiyathemba nomlungu yena lonke lapha eboxini lo wasesibani uyicacisile le la ukuthi why ngiklo yini indaba ngikloke le 2 hours washo ukuthi sike sibasheshe sibakhuluma ukuthi bayahamba bayedeni kuphi emakhaya.
Even the white man who testified before the court, I believe that he did give an explanation to these 2 hours, because what normally happens if somebody goes home, travels a long distance, they normally work for the 2 hours.
His evidence in this regard appears on page 60. Mr. Ramosepoli put the following proposition to him. My instructions are that when employees go on leave and they are traveling, then because they are from out of province, they will have prior permission from their supervisor that they can leave early because they are traveling out of province. Therefore, he had permission from his supervisor to leave at 6 in the morning. That was approved. He did not work his whole shift. You see that?
Page 60,
Yes, page 60.
line.
Line 17.
Okay, Mzala Ramosepoli ke uyasho ukuthi ke ngokuya instruction nikazi yena uyasho ukuthi ke isikhathi esiningi uma ngabe ke abantu abasebenzayo bazohamba ke mhlambe ibanga elide ke bayanikezwa ke imvume yokuthi usupervisor wabo ukuthi bangahamba early ngalo suku lo abahamba ngalo. So naye ke ngalo suku lo ke uyathola ke yona permission ke supervisor ukuthi ke angahamba ke ngo6 ekseni. Leave yakhona futhi ya approve.
Yeah, uqinisile.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, but the fact of the matter is that you did not work your whole shift. According to this proposition, you were given permission by your supervisor to leave earlier.
Kodwa ke into ayisho ukuthi ke ngalo suku lo azange usebenza shift yakho yonke kuqeda wonke ama wakho supervisor wakho akunikeza ke imvume ukuthi ke ungahamba early ngalo suku.
Kosenkantolo uqeda kuyichaza yena phambi kwakho. Mayini engizoyichaza ngoba phela imvumo ngiyayithola usenzele manje into ethandayo.
My lord, he just explained the same thing before you. In the mine you don't do as you please, you are only do what you're permitted to do.
Ukube ngazenzela into engithanda kosenkantolo ngangizothi ngibuye ekhaya kuthiwe baba usemacaleni ngihambe ngithethe icala. Manje alikho icala engalithetha kukhomba konke kwakungangenemvume kwenza le nto.
If I had done as I pleased, my lord, by the time I come back home they would have taken me to disciplinary hearing, but as I came back, there was no any disciplinary hearing because I did everything according to how it's supposed to be done.
Then Mr. Mulder testified as follows, the last sentence on page 60, Mr. Mulder, yes, your lordship, there is not a standard kind of practice. It is usually falls into arrangement with some supervisors with annual leave, so it will be unjust for me to confirm or to deny whether there was that arrangement.
Uthi ke Mr. Melder ke lokho kwenzekile asinto mhlambe ke umthetho ke wenkampani kuya ngokuthi supervisor yena ke ufuna kube kanjani ke ngendaba lezama leave.
Uqinisile.
Yes, that is correct.
Phela phambi kweqoso enkantolo ungenile ekheshini. Ikheshi yahamba yaphansi. Ukuphuma ukuthi ikheshi ikhipha abantu futhi abashayisayo. Lapho iyoziqala ngabo 11 12 ekhaya ngiyofika.
Because my lord, if you go underground, it will only bring back the people late. Uthenga usikhathi bani?
Mina ngabo 11 12 ishift iyaqala yaphuma ilayisha kwezinye itisho obitisho emgodini ehlukene.
Okay, around 11 or 12 the shift will go to another underground place. But if I take long there, my lord, I'm traveling home. I'll get home very late.
Uthola ukuthi lapha station sami ngisebenza kusobe ngisebenza 14 level iyozifika khona ngabo 1 2.
And sometimes you find that the station where I work, station 11, the shift will only come around 1 or 2.
Then in the middle of the page on page 52, still on the 10th of October 2023, line 13, Mr. Mulder testified as follows, then your lordship, the last clocking, then on the outclocking for the 25th of October 2014 indicates an access clocking at the hostel which was 3 minutes to 7 in the morning.
Uthi ke Mr. Melder ke inkosi enkantolo ke ugcina kwakho ukutloka ke ngazi 25 za October ngo2014 ikhombisa ke ngale nkate clock hostel ke beku 3 minutes to 7 ekseni.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngehle ebhasini ngene Nkopo ngilanda isikhwama sami.
I drop off from the bus, go to where we stay, take my bag.
And he goes on to say there's no clocking for the 28th. He says 27th, 28th, 29, 30, 31st, and he also refers to the 26th. He says, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31st of October, or the 1st of November. The first clocking again registered on our locking system indicates the 2nd of November at 1 minute past 9 p.m. and it was again an access clocking at the hostel.
Aphinde futhi aqhubeka athi inkosi enkantolo ke futhi bengekho ke akhula lapho sibona khona lapho ke ungena wakhe nokuphuma wakhe nge28 nange27 aka ngiyaxolisa inkosi enkantolo ngikhuluma nge26 27 28 29 30 nange31 zika October or futhi i1 zika November saphinde sambona futhi ungena wakhe nokuphuma kwakhe ke nge2 zika November ngo 1 minute past 9 futhi ekwenza lapha ehostel.
Ukhomba konke ngase ngibuyile emakhaya.
It indicates that I was back from the homeland.
Now, the fact of the matter, Mr. Ntanzi, is that from the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 in the morning, you left the mine premises, is that correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi mhla ka 25 October ngo 2014 3 minutes to 7 wena waphuma lapha emine.
Phezu komgodi enkompwane indawo emayini yonke. Fanele ungihlukanisele mawungibizela isikhathi usho kuphezu komgodi ekhomana number 8 noma usho enkompwane emasizakhele. Fanele ungihlukanisele.
I just need you to clarify whether when you say on this date are you referring to when I left the mine or the hostel where we stay, exactly where?
When you left the hostel.
Uma usuka ehostel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, can you then account as to after you've left the hostel what happened?
Ungakhona ke mhlawumbe usibekela ukuthi ke emva kokuthi manje sukile noma sophumile hostel kuye kwenzakalana.
Angithi mangiphume hostel ngiyongena etaxini.
From the hostel I went to the taxi.
Ngibamba itaxi eCarltonville.
Taking a taxi to Carltonville.
Ngisuka eCarltonville ngiya eJohannesburg eOneras.
From Carltonville I'll proceed to Johannesburg in Wanderers.
Mangifika wanda singena eTaxini yaphi yakwaNongoma.
When I get to Wanderers, I'll now take a taxi to Nongoma.
Mangifika kwaNongoma ngigibela itekisi yakoHlokolo esikhwebezi.
When I get to Nongoma, I'll now take a taxi that goes to Kohlokolo, kwaSikhwebezi.
Ngoba indawo yasemakhaya manje ukuthi siphelile yakoHlokolo sikwenzigcwele imoto yaphi eyoSuthu. Mangifika eSuthu ngizothola imoto futhi nakhona eziyaphi eziyakoHlokolo ngakithi esikhwebezi.
Because it's the village, if I don't get a taxi that goes to where I'm going, I'll now take the taxi that goes to Osuthu,
Yebo.
that goes to Osuthu, where I'll connect to Eskhwebezi.
As you can please note, it's extremely hot in this courtroom. Looks like the air conditioning is not really working. Since 15:19, can we then take an adjournment and then continue tomorrow? I hope that someone will look at the air conditioning.
Okay. Yeah, tomorrow then.